There we go. Ready? Let's go. Let's go. Morning, everybody. Welcome to the A&F Finance Committee meeting of June 27th, 2024. We do have a couple of board members remote, so our vote today in this items in this committee will be by roll call. As we discuss items on the agenda, please, I'll be calling on directors to raise their hands. Committee members get first call over others. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed, and state your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda. So, Nicole, would you call roll and see if we have a quorum?
Chair Rant.
Here.
Vice Chair Abdullahi. Vice Chair Hogan.
Present.
Directors Acosta. Bays. Hilliker.
He's here.
Hurst.
Present.
Katz. Myers.
Present.
Ray.
Present.
Simpson. Vespi.
Here.
Wiley. Yamani. Chair Rant, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you, Nicole. I don't see any additions to our agenda. Public comment. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any item listed on the A&F committee agenda. Nicole, will you check the system, please?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Okay, thank you. Chair's report. This is kind of a important meeting today. We'll be hopefully making some decisions about our rates and budgets. So as we move forward, keep in mind that this has been a very long process, a lot of time and effort invested in trying to come up with a rate program that meets everybody's needs. So before we get into that, do I have a director's comments or comments from my vice chairs? Okay, I see shaking heads no. Okay, action and discussion presentation. The first item up is a public hearing on rates. And before we... I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Consent calendar. The monthly treasurer's report. Do I have a motion? Motion by Hurst. Second by Frank. All those in favor vote aye. Roll call. Right.
Chair Rant.
Yep.
Vice Chair Abdullahi.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hogan.
Yes.
Directors Acosta. Bays. Hilliker.
Yes.
Hurst.
Aye.
Katz. Myers.
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
Simpson's absent. Vespi.
Yes.
Wiley. Yamani.
Aye.
Chair Rant, the consent calendar passes.
Thank you very much. Action, discussion, presentation. Before we get into that, I just want to throw out some ideas. Late last night, I got information that our friends from the city of San Diego are not in favor of either the primary option or the secondary option, which would include the $19.4 million in terms of the grant allocation to reduce our costs and set our rate at about 15.4% or something like that. So before we burn another 2 hours of my time and your time on a public hearing, and after having been through this process as a member of this board, as a member of the Financial Strategy Work Group, and GM's meetings and things like that over the last 5 or 6 months. Maybe we should just have a conversation about what the city of San Diego will accept and how we get there. What are their ideas for us getting to that point? So I'd be open the floor to anybody from the city who would like to address that issue with us. And after that conversation, if we still want to launch into our public hearing, we can do that.
Chair Rant, happy to jump in. I'm not a member of this committee, but given the open floor, I'm happy to take this opportunity. Yes, I want to start off by just acknowledging that this is, as I acknowledged last month, a very kind of a frustrating place for I think all of us to be in, and I think it's important just to acknowledge that up front. It's at the fault of no member of the leadership team here, certainly not our finance staff. I actually thank them quite immensely for the work that they put into this process, being open to the feedback from the city of San Diego. I think many of you know that the city was very clear last month that we would not be supportive of the 18 to 19% proposed increase that was contemplated in May. And the Water Authority staff came to our city council and presented to its environment committee. I want to thank the general manager and assistant general manager for taking the time to do that and to participate in briefings with our city council members to explain the financial position of the Water Authority, to explain the current situation with regard to the rates and charges. At the environment committee hearing, members of our city council made very clear their concerns about even the 15% rate increase that is being contemplated here today, acknowledging that the financial realities that I think everybody in this region is facing. One of our council members in particular made clear that this is something that has probably been decades in the making. While the investments that we've made have been necessary, the ship of the Water Authority needed to turn probably decades ago, or at least start turning decades ago, with regard to our contracted supplies, the reality with regard to water demands, and unfortunately, we haven't seen that happen. I think the leadership team that we have assembled here, not only in terms of board leadership and in our staff leadership here at the Water Authority, recognize that now, but we find ourselves in this current circumstance, and I think that's the part that's frustrating. Therefore, what the city would like to see here today is a 1 or 2% decrease in the proposed rate that is in front of us today. We believe that we have some questions that I would open to any of my colleagues from the city, that we have a finance staff to get some clarifications and maybe identify some opportunities for us to realize that 1 to 2% rate increase that the city would like to see. But I do think that more can be done. And I think we owe it to our ratepayers to demonstrate that we have turned over every stone, that we have done as much as we believe that we can do. And whether that means that we may need to take an additional month to vet the proposal from the city here today, I think we should do that. But at the end of the day, what I want to make clear to my ratepayers in the city of San Diego, and what I hope all of us here would want to make clear to their ratepayers, is that in these trying financial times, we have done all that we can do. And we have brought it down to a place that is allowing this agency to continue its operations while being able to maintain the integrity of our system, but also acknowledging their financial realities, the cost of living that it is to live, it is currently in San Diego County, and that we bear that in mind. And so that is where the city is currently at, and I would welcome my colleagues, either Director Vespi or Director Abdullahi, Director Steiner, certainly, if they have any additional comments.
Thank you, Nick. Anybody else from the delegation, city delegation?
Thank you, Chair. I would just add that we at the city recognize the need for a rate increase and a pretty significant rate increase. However, as we've gone through the process, we do feel that there's more opportunity to bring the rate increase down from where it currently is. And that's really what we want to continue to explore. Really just can't stress enough that we understand the importance of maintaining the system and maintaining the financial stability of the water authority for the entire region, but that we believe there's more room within the operating expenditures, within the capital expenditures, and within the debt portfolio to reduce expenditures and as a result, bring down the rate increase.
If I can ask you a question, do you have some specific ideas that we could evaluate to do those three things? I mean, I've been doing the water budgets for a few years, and I know there's levers that you can pull. And over the last 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, the Water Authority has pulled a lot of those levers to result in rate increases ranging from 0 to 5 and 6%. Now, last year's rate increase was 9, and this year's is higher. So there's levers out there that we've pulled, and many times the fact we pulled those levers has put us in a position where we are lacking some flexibility right now. So it would be very helpful for me as chair of this committee to understand exactly what it is you all from the city think we can do better with our rates.
From an operating expenditures perspective, starting there, looking at past trends for actual expenditures against budgeted expenditures, the Water Authority has historically underspent. It looks like the projections for the current year are following that trend. So I think there's room within the operating budget from an actuals versus budget perspective to contract some without actually impacting the services or the levels of staffing. Within the CIP program, I think there is room for further vetting of capital replacement. I don't know that the full, complete analysis of not only useful life, but also condition of assets or requirement for replacement of some assets, that all of those things have been reviewed and are required before the projects are budgeted. And then within the debt portfolio, we believe there's some opportunity to reduce some of the short-term debt, maybe use some cash to get rid of some of our short-term debt, which then could reduce debt service expenditures. In the near term, those are some ideas to get the ball rolling. We do have some questions, though, on the materials that were scheduled to be presented this morning that get into some that would probably provide more information for not only us as the representatives of the city, but also for the rest of the board. As there's been new information since the last time this board met, so there's more questions there that would probably help further vet out those ideas or additional ideas.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the city delegation? Any other ideas? Director Hogan.
Could you remind me, a 1% reduction in the rate increase would require how many dollar reduction?
It's roughly 6 million.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Approximately
I'm sorry?
6 million. 6 million.
6 million, okay, thank you.
Director Steiner.
Thank you. One other place is the fact that we have our debt coverage at 1.5 and legally are required to have it at 1.2, not suggesting going to 1.2, but did want to ask the question, because I don't know the answer to it, of if we went to 1.3 or 1.4, so above the legal requirement, still being mindful of wanting to have some cushion, what that would amount to as far as a dollar savings.
I'll kick it off and then I'll turn it over to Pierce. I just want the board to be clear that the target is 1.5. However, it actually fluctuates. If you see in the S&P report, in 2023, our coverage ratio is 1.2 right now. So if we lower the target, that then will potentially go the risk of being below 1 times. So just keep that in mind, that although 1.5 is the maximum, it's not the minimum over the course of the year. So we ranged anywhere from 1.4 to 1.2 over the last several years. So I just want to give you that backdrop, that offers more risk. So as cash comes in and out, if we target something lower, then we risk the potential of going below the bond covenants. So it's just...
Well, perhaps this will help me and other directors understand. So if we set a 1.5, we're not presently putting cash aside to cover that 1.5?
We are setting cash to cover 1.5. However, if we have revenue shortfalls from cash to make up from that shortfall. Now, in one of the slides that Pierce will show you, we are looking at a negative $45 million because of the lack of revenue due to the 2 years of wet weather. So whenever we have shortfalls in cash due to various reasons, there's pressures that give us cushion to go below targets, such as we are below our rate stabilization fund target as well. And so
Well, that I
that's...
know.
Yeah. Go ahead, Pierce.
Thank you, and apologize for being remote. The 5 freeway is closed, so it made it difficult getting in the office. So just to unfortunately, yeah. In terms of the question of coverage, Lisa Marie had it exactly right. What I also want to note is, all of the variables are intertwined. So when we talk about days of cash, reserves, coverage, leverage, all of those different pieces of the financial metrics that we're looking at, it's difficult to do anything independently. A 1.4 coverage is something that, or a 1.5 coverage provides that flexibility, but it also provides cash that is necessary to support a future water deal, cash to support PAYGO projects, those types of things. So if we lower coverage, we're then lowering how much revenue we generate, and therefore we're not able to generate the revenue to cover the costs that we've identified. This is a cost consideration, not necessarily a revenue consideration. So touching these financial metrics doesn't touch the revenue requirement that we need. It only touches how we get there. And then just to add to that, the rating agencies very clearly say, if we go below the target of the 1.5 target, if we start going below that, that would go from a negative outlook that S&P gave us to a negative action. And the rating agencies do look at these metrics. The city of San Diego, just earlier this month, was downgraded by Kroll because of weakening liquidity and weakening reserves. So it is something that we got, a notice of, the outlook. But because we have a roadmap, because we're showing a plan to maintain those metrics, it's just a negative outlook with the hopes that we can go back to stable. But if we start to weaken those positions, even by 0.5%, we go from having 3 check marks to having 3 red X's in terms of our financial policies. So it's really the alternative 9 that's in front of you with the grant is the lowest rate possible without crippling the ability for the water authority to provide service.
So presently, we have a 1.5 coverage, but that doesn't actually mean that we have 1.5 coverage available to us. Is that what I...
Correct.
What I just...
So yes. So each of the rating agencies calculate things a little differently. We've had this conversation as well in terms of our days of cash. So we have a days of cash target of 150 days. Each of the rating agencies will have some form of that calculation. Similarly, the costs that they include in their coverage calculations may differ from the numbers that are in the debt covenant. And that's just, again, to provide their review and what they strike as a concern for their credit review.
And last question, and then I'll give up the mic. So when you say what our revenue requirement is in setting these funds, we presently, though, are looking at 1.5 coverage and having money for 1.5 coverage.
Yes, and then that cash then goes to fund reserves, pay-go, and kind of non-operating expenses. So that's kind of those dollars collected play double or triple duty. It's not just in isolation only collected for coverage. Once those funds are collected, that cash can be spent on other things that are below the line, most notably our CIP program.
We appreciate your being here remote, and it was a tragedy what occurred on the 5 this morning and shut it down. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director Abdullahi.
Thank you, Chair Arand. I just want to emphasize a couple of things, and I think my colleagues from the city made it clear as well. In regards to the current conversation, and I appreciate you opening up the discussion, starting off with a couple of the concerns that we've had. So really thinking through for the City of San Diego and for the City 10, the member agencies that are here, I think everyone is committed to the success and the financial feasibility of this agency. Just as we are committed to making sure that the ratepayers, that we're doing the best that we can, as Vice Chair Serrano mentioned, that we are turning every stone, every leaf that you can think of to see the ways that we can lower the rates. I think it is no surprise to everyone that, again, given a lot of the structural kind of conversations that we've been having over the past couple of months, both within the finance working group, within member agencies, and also within here as the board, thinking through the fact that we are going to be facing a significant rate increase. And I think no one is in a position where they're not accepting the fact that there is going to be a substantial rate increase. What we are trying to do is give each other the time to be able to say, you know what, we're going to do the best that we can. And so there's a lot of questions still outstanding in regards to making sure that we feel confident that we have turned every stone in order to make sure that we are giving the ratepayers the ability for them to see that we're doing the best that we can. Even some simple questions that we have in regards to some of the things that are being presented today. Just an example, since Chair Arand, thank you so much, you've asked us for examples. Given Dan's letter to the board, the $18 million shutting down the desal plant and how that is for calendar year 24, the impact that it has. Can we do the same thing in 25? Will it lower the rates? Will it have an impact on the rates? And if it does so, can that also be an alternative that's brought to the board, a model and alternative that is going to be brought to the board for consideration? If it's done for calendar year 24, can it be done for calendar year 25? Questions still surrounding some of the costs associated with detachment, of course. So I think it's prudent upon us, especially given the fact that as board members, we have that due diligence that we need to be able to do to make sure that, I know folks are tired of the conversation, they want to move on from the conversation because there are bigger issues for us to be able to tackle as an agency. But at the same time, also, we are setting the rates. And as hopefully we'll hear during public hearing, and even for those of us who may not hear it during public hearing, the ratepayers are suffering. There is an increase in cost, whether it's the cost of living in San Diego, and I know we're going to do the best that we can, but what the City 10 is asking for is time for us to be able to make sure that we are turning every single stone, and that we've done our part to make sure that we're telling our ratepayers we've did our best. And so giving that time may seem frustrating, and it may seem as it is a waste of time, but for me, it is not. Because for me, when we are here making sure that we are asking the questions around the numbers, when we are asking to make sure we have clarity, and thank you so much for Pearson and Lisa Marie and the finance team in making sure that they're answering our questions, So we have a full confidence in being able to say, you know what, when we are passing these rates, even though we are not 100% happy with the fact that we're passing a steep rate, we did the best that we can, even if it means that we only were able to turn that rate increase down by 0.5% or even an extra 1%, because then that means we are doing our due diligence as board members. And so what the City TAN hopes to do in these conversations that we're having is not necessarily just representing the city of San Diego, just because there's 10 of us here, but making sure that we are putting forth something that's going to be positively impacting the region as a whole, our agency as a whole, because either we all sink together or we all rise together, and that's the matter of the fact. It doesn't matter where folks live in the city of San Diego or within the county of San Diego. This rate increase is going to be affecting all families and all individuals who are living within our county. So just wanted to reiterate that and ask folks for their patience, ask folks for their due diligence as we're trying our best to make sure that we're doing the best that we can, to make sure that we're asking the right questions, that we're having a better understanding. I know we've been months of conversations, but doing the best that we can to make sure that when we do finally vote on the rate increase, even if it is a steep increase, we've done the best that we can to keep that steep increase as low as possible. Thank you.
Director Abdullahi, when you say more time, exactly, are you talking another month, 2, 3? And keeping in mind that the longer that we delay and being able to deal with our internal financial issues, we're being looked at and evaluated from the outside world, specifically those agencies that provide our credit ratings, which are critical, especially when you're carrying a $2 billion debt service.
Thank you, Chair Arant. I mean, given time, the fact that there's a lot of other committees that are not going to be meeting as much today, if we're able to hash it out this month, that'll be great. If we cannot, if we're not able to, then of course, you know, it's. I guess we'll just have to see. But it's not a consideration of extra time in terms of like months and months. But for me, it's really making sure that the questions that we have today, if they're able to be answered, and giving ourselves a chance to say, you know what, is there an opportunity for us to figure out ways to kind of either increase the revenue or cut down the costs possible. So not necessarily a specific time in terms of months, Chair Arant, but just giving ourselves time to have that conversation today. Thank you.
Director Vespi, or I'm sorry, Lisa Marie, did you have a comment?
Sure. I just wanted to remind the board that, and I appreciate the comments from the city about options for reducing the rates. And when we presented the rates, and I wanted to remind you all the 10 scenarios. So we did vet and evaluate how can we get rates as low as possible. And on the consideration for the board was to reduce the financial metrics that could very well reduce rates, reducing the risk or increasing the risk to the CIP, that could reduce rates. Those were the first 3 options. And so we have looked at those things. We can look at using cash to pay down debt. That's not going to reduce rates very much because we're earning more interest by investing the money than the bonds that we issued, because we issued them in a low rate environment. But nonetheless, if we use cash to do that, we're lowering our days of cash. That's going to hinder our financial position. So there's a number of myriad of options. The key is there's going to be risk, and it's the board's goal to take on those risks. So we can deteriorate the financials. We can increase the risk to the infrastructure. And yes, we will reduce rates, but there will be consequences. And I think as the board deliberates, that's what you all have to come to a consensus on. What risks do you want to take in order to minimize rates? And so those are my general comments during your deliberation.
And if I may add, in terms of presenting these alternatives, we're trying to present options that, from the board's fiduciary responsibility to this organization, puts this organization in the right path forward. Presenting options or recommending options that have those red check marks, while your prerogative certainly puts the financial arm front and center to this organization. And as Chair Rand just mentioned, the $2 billion debt portfolio, the lack of cash that we have, the need to go out in fiscal 26 with an accelerated debt issue to fund the necessary CIP, the $7 million that was upped in terms of the appropriation for the CIP. All of these are rate pressures and rate considerations that the board is tasked with, and we're trying to provide a recommendation that puts the organization on the best path forward, and that would be alternative 9 with the grant.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to start by addressing Mr. Rossum's comment about Kroll and our rating, the city's water utility enterprise rating from Kroll. We did receive a one-notch downgrade from Kroll during our annual surveillance. Kroll had rated us for some existing outstanding debt that we have. That was the only rating Kroll gave us. They had rated us. It was one of their first ratings that I think they had done, and they had rated us one notch above Fitch and S&P, and they, in this annual surveillance, brought us down by one notch, bringing us into parity with the other ratings that we have. Some of the things they cited in that downgrade, delinquencies. Delinquencies are driven for the city of San Diego largely by cost of water, and they cite cost of supply for the city as a risk and part of the logic behind a downgrade. Additionally, I want to note, not in the water world, we received an upgrade in our credit rating for the general fund this week from Fitch. So the city's financial portfolio is very complex, it's very large, it's got multiple different credits. So while we received a one-notch downgrade from one rating agency on one of our credits, that's not reflective of our entire financial portfolio. Second, I want to piggyback on Director Hogan's comment about what does a 1% increase or a 1% decrease in rate look like as far as cost. I heard $7 million from the general manager. In reviewing slides that were presented to the member agency managers recently, the impact of a downgrade being equated to a $95 million cost to the Water Authority, also a 1% increase in rates for calendar year 25. When I did the math there, I see an annual one-year increase in debt service cost of $3.7 million, but that's being equated to a 1% rate impact. So it's unclear. This was one of the questions I had for going through these materials. It's unclear to me how $7 million is 1%, but then in a downgrade to single A, which it's unclear to me too why we're talking about a downgrade of 3-4 steps, having an annual impact of $3.7 million is a 1% impact. Additionally, another question is that when the CIP appropriation was increased by $7 million, that was supposed to be a 1% impact to rates, but staff was able to mitigate that, which is great, and that's appreciated, but I never got a clear understanding of how that $7 million increase in appropriation, that 1% rate increase was mitigated. Also, part of the reason why the city's position is we feel there's more room to bring down the rates without significantly impacting the Water Authority's finances or the infrastructure that the Water Authority is responsible for.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to?
Chair, would you
any
like?
Response from staff? Anytime.
Sure, sure. There were several questions there, Director Vespi. I'm going to ask staff to address the one with regard to the CIP, $7 million commitment that was made by the board in May, and why that doesn't reflect a 1% increase as we originally anticipated. So Pierce, would you please address the other information that we received that allowed that to not have the impact we originally thought?
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of the $7 million appropriation, in a vacuum, it is absolutely a 1% increase, but that was not the only variable that changed between May and June. We had updated demands provided by Alevenheim in terms of them doing early payment of water for calendar 23. We had some evaporation that was adjusted in terms of how much water is evaporated. With Hodges, there's some evaporation that's occurring, but since we have no water in Hodges, that was removed from the equation. And so there's a number of variables that were changing, and so we were able to, with all the updates, we were able to absorb essentially that $7 million and provide the same rate number. Had the board not elected to appropriate that $7 million, you would have seen an adjustment downwards to about that 14.4% figure if that $7 million had not been appropriated.
Thank you, Pierce. Director Myers.
Thank you. I think I hear the city loud and clear as to that the proposal is not likely going to go through today. So I guess I have some more questions really on process and where we're going from here and what the city would like us to do. I guess my first question is and I'll have to throw them out and then whoever wants to respond, I guess. Is the city's proposal to defer on the entire increase today, or are we still looking to vote for any of the pass-through? That's one question. The second question is, what will be the discussion process over the next 30 days or so? Are we going to be going back into a working group? I think, we've got the whole board here. A lot of us are not part of that working group. We're not part of those discussions. What's the city's view as to the transparency and the collaboration that it wants to have in terms of trying to bring the number down further and how that will be done? I guess my next question is timing. I've heard, 30 days, maybe more. We've already have a pretty elongated process already. We do have agencies who are at risk of not being able to get their processes through for their rate increases. I'd like to hear more of a hard commitment from the city as to when it will make its final decision as to its position after we go through this additional process, if that's what we're going to do. I just want to know how we're, the last question is, what would the city like ANF to do today? What is the proposal? Is it to just simply take this off the agenda and defer this and put off this agenda and off of the board agenda and just simply put this on the agenda a month from now, or something different? I think some clarity on that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Chair Rand, I'm happy to jump in if that's okay.
Thank you.
Director Myers, thank you for the question. From our perspective, it is we are happy to take action today if it's amenable to the board with what the city has proposed. We also note that this may require staff to go back and do some more due diligence, and if that's necessary, then that would be in the nature of why the city would request that this come back next month. So that would be more of a question for, does staff feel like the materials have been prepped to allow the board to take action today? The city stands ready to come back as soon as feasibly possible from that staff perspective, whether if they want to do it as a special meeting or if they want to just wait till the July board meeting. We are ready to do that. And with regard to process, and I think 218, as you are alluding to, I do think an option for some member agencies, and I'm not by any stretch telling any member agencies how to govern themselves, but that member agencies can always authorize an up to amount and then obviously not use that if the rate increase becomes lower from the authority. So I think that's an option that people can have if they feel like their timeline is being constrained by the additional month. The only other thing I would just say as we continue with the deliberation, if I may, I know all of us have the S&P negative outlook as front of mind, and I know that it's front loaded into the presentation, and I think that's obviously, as a member of this board, I take very seriously. That said, anytime that we're contemplating that report and talking about what the negative outlook, if we're not talking about how the report also contemplates affordability, we're not telling the whole story. It contemplates affordability in the report several times, so we do have to bear that in mind as we're having that discussion. It also talks about long-range planning, which I know a lot of us are eager to get through this process so that we can get there, and the city shares that, because once we get through this process, really the clock starts for us to being able to figure out how we do turn this ship. So we stand ready to take action whenever is deemed appropriate by staff, whenever this board feels necessary. But again, we just defer to staff on whether they feel like they're prepared today for us to take that action.
Thank you. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So we'd like to see a 1 or 2% decrease in the proposed rate here today. So if we're looking at 15.4, we'd hope that it would be somewhere between either 13 or 14, and we'd leave it up to the prerogative of the board as to what they would be acceptable of.
So the city would support a 14% increase?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's some direction. Thank you. Let's see. Director Myers, you're done with your questions? Yes. Thank you very much. Director Madaffer.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, I think you've all heard me ad nauseum when it comes to the CIP and maintaining our infrastructure. I am not in favor of kicking the can down the road. Deferring, a rate increase today, invariably we've seen it. It just means that we're going to see more pressure on higher rates next time. I mean, last time we didn't increase it as much, and here we are today, having started at north of 22%. Nice to see we're down to 15.4. I think we got to give the staff a lot of credit for the fact that we've seen movement that far in such a short amount of time. I just think that deferring maintenance on the infrastructure, just like I said, it just kicks the can down the road. And it really gets to the issue where we prioritize our capital expenditures. Just yesterday, the city of San Diego had to hire a firm at the tune of about $100 million just to deal with aging infrastructure on a number of its dams because of deferred maintenance, and because that deferred maintenance hasn't kept up. And I understand the city's being sued by 2 water agencies because of the problems at Lake Hodges. So when it comes to infrastructure, this regional water agency cannot afford to reduce the priority we have on our infrastructure. I think we've all heard that if one of our pipelines were to break, it could probably take out Interstate 15, or worse yet, kill people. And that's a serious situation. Mr. Serrano has stated our concerns of the city, and I agree. There are things that we could be looking at to reduce the rate increase even more. And the question is, staff, what is it? What are those things? We started, as I said, at 22%. We're now down to 15.4. Maybe Pierce or Lisa Marie can help me with a couple of questions. And Director Steiner started touching on one of them. But if we were to say today, as a compromise, have this board consider a motion that would do a rate increase up to, but not exceeding a certain amount, as you just heard Mr. Serrano talk about, and then come back in a couple of months after reviewing whether it's the city recommendations or hearing back from Lisa Marie or Pierce. Maybe it's an approach we could agree on. So maybe if we all could agree on 14% and we could adopt that today, staff could come back and say, here's where we were cutting. So the question was this: if we did delay by 1.4%, going from 15.4 to 14, and during that the delay, and maybe I should ask this to Lisa Marie Pierce, if we did the delay and then S&P comes back with a downgrade, would that put additional rate pressure on us, and would that create more of a higher rate increase prospect?
Absolutely. I mean, for instance, the 2 letter of credits the current fee structure is based on the absolute rating. So if we were downgraded, the letter of credit costs would go up for our two facilities. That's for certain. And then the other projected increased cost is over time. So that $95 million that Director Vespi mentioned, it's $95 million over 10 years. So it wouldn't be an immediate impact, but it would be a long-term lasting impact, as well as because the option does assume a new money issuance, a downgrade would cost us approximately $25 million more in the actual sizing of the bonds to make up for the additional interest costs. So it's really important to understand that a immediate one-time rate decrease results in an immediate, within a year, likely higher rate. You'll have to pay it right back. So you might get a short-term reduction in your rates, but then within a year or two, you'll have to pay that back and more because there's going to be higher debt costs. So that's the trade-off as well.
Okay, so along those lines, and this is picking up on Director Steiner's comments earlier, if CWA were to reduce the senior debt service cover ratio from, say, 1.5 to 1.45, I think the city staff, I read, estimated that the Water Authority would need about $89 million in less revenue if they maintain 1.5 through 2040. Is that something that you guys could do an analysis on and tell us? And would that hurt us going from 1.5 to 1.45 when it comes to S&P and the others?
Pierce, you want to touch on that, and then I can cover behind you?
Yeah, so the simple answer is yes. And the longer answer is if there is a reduction in total cost, that's $89 million that we're not collecting. If I heard that number right, that's $89 million that we're not collecting that we can use to fund our infrastructure, right? That $89 million doesn't sit in the bank. It doesn't not get used. It, like I said earlier, and we talked about this when we set the long-range plan. We looked at, should we go up to a 2 times coverage? And the answer was no. That would generate way too much cash. What if we reduced it and then we're not generating enough cash? We have to increase more debt load. And at that time, we were being told to deleverage, to increase our pay-go mix and decrease the amount of debt we had. And lowering from a 1.5 coverage even to a 1.45 reduces the amount of cash we generate. And so we can't fund the infrastructure as we have planned. And then I think any reduction in our metrics from where they are, I think S&P is very clear that if we go below the metrics that we have, that is a negative action rather than just the outlook. And in talking with our financial advisors, just to kind of piggyback on what Lisa Marie mentioned, we've worked a lot with our financial advisors, and there's a real concern that there's going to be a domino effect, that once you have one agency, rating agency, do a downgrade, then they all pile on. Same thing with what we've seen, with stocks. One stock gets an upgrade, and then all the other banks come in and do an upgrade. Downgrade here would be very similar. And that's the real risk in terms of our $2 billion debt portfolio and the refundings that we have, the new debt that we need to issue. It all linchpins on the financial metrics, and we feel that we can't go below those. We're right at that precipice of failing our financial metrics.
So I thank you for that. I guess maybe I'll just conclude by going to our general manager here. I think you've heard from Mr. Serrano, and I think you've heard the city's concerns. I think we need to get something done today. There's no question. Mr. Denham, could we adopt an up to 14% rate increase today? And could you, over the next several months, as staff, come back to this board and inform us the areas that you had to tweak to make that work?
So a couple thoughts, and I'll try not to wander in all of this. I think the short answer, the cleanest thing that we could do as a board and as staff is nothing today. I do want to get something passed. I think we all want this to be over with, quite candidly. The reason I say the cleanest is to do nothing is because if this board decides on, you know, a 14%, a 13%, whatever the number is, the board action will not include any financial analysis. It will not include a cost of service study. And I believe that the fiduciary responsibility that we all have collectively is to do that type of analysis. So what's the risk associated with that? If nothing passes through today at the 15% level, here's some things that inevitably will happen and the dominoes start to fall. We know that we have the metropolitan fixed charges that are effective July 1, right? We will start incurring costs on that pass-through. We do not have rates to support that. We also have a collective bargaining agreement with Teamsters. That's effective July 1 as well. We will be making the assumption that a future rate increase will support that MOU that we collectively bargained on with the Teamsters Union. The third thing would be that there are other mid-year budget adjustments that we need to have happen before July 1 for our fiscal year budget that we would just have to make the assumption that we could cover in some future rate increase. That's why I say the cleanest is to delay.
Thank you, Jim. Director Hurst.
Thank you. I'd like to put this a little more in perspective. 1 or 2% increase relative to a proposed 15.4% increase sounds pretty modest. But I think the perspective we have to take is that of that 15.4%, 11% is out of our control. We're left with only what's under the Water Authority, under this board's control, is a 4.4% increase. And so what the city really wants is to reduce that 4.4% to 3.4 or even 2.4%. That is not a modest decrease in the authority-controlled expenses. That's a substantial decrease that's going to require taking a high-risk or adopting a high-risk plan with regard to our finances or our capital investments. It's going to leave us with no flexibility of dealing with the circumstances when our plan begins to fall apart, which it will do the day after it's implemented. So I think it's very unwise to push a plan to the limits where you have absolutely no flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. How about Director Kennedy?
And Director Kennedy is appearing pursuant to the Just Cause exception in the Brown Act.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rand. I'm not a member of the committee, but I appreciate the opportunity to comment. The City of Escondido, shares the concerns of the City of San Diego about water affordability and the rate process. And I do look forward to seeing if there's additional ways that we can mitigate some of these increases. However, I think that I've been on this board in various capacities for almost 10 years now, and I've watched a lot of different financial hijinks being done to thwart rates. We changed from the all-in melded rate to, effective rate last year to make a couple percent disappear. And this year we've got a couple other things going on with some one-time funding, this whole prepayment thing, and all these other things going on. And I think that from my perspective, in order to get my support on this, we need to get a really good plan of action on how to deal with the math involved here. As the budget and documents show, that we're below our take-or-pay contract numbers, and those numbers aren't going to get better, they're only going to get worse as Pure Water and other local supplies come on and the elasticity of demand keeps kicking in and lowers demand. The Water Authority is going to see demands drop, in my estimation, by about 100,000 acre-feet a year over the next 10 years. And so someday in the future, when somebody says this couldn't be predicted, I'm predicting it here today, so put it on the record. And so we need structural plan on how we're going to deal with this, because the math gets worse going forward, not better. And so we'll be right back here next year, as we were last year and the year before, until we find a way to deal with the structural imbalance of supply and demand and how our cost structures are going to have to be dealt with over a much smaller user base. So I do believe that we need to make the moves necessary to keep the ship afloat, but I do think that an additional period of time would be helpful to see if we can turn over a few more rocks, as Director Abdullahi said. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kennedy. Director Ray.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. The $19.2 million grant that is built into the new rate scenario, the 15% rate scenario, do we have a signed grant agreement for that?
Thank you for that question. At this time, receipt of that grant is anticipated and expected, but nothing has been formalized.
Okay. And then my next question is, General Manager Denham mentioned possibly, having to do a cost of service study in regards to doing a 14% rate increase or lower. And we did a cost of service study, and that cost of service study showed a revenue requirement increase of 12%. So I guess I'm confused why we would need another one. And I'm also confused why we have to, if our cost of service study recommends a 12% revenue requirement increase, why we are looking at why we have to do something higher.
So let me respond to part of that, and then I'll give it to Pierce. I think, in general, what we need here, and this was a theme at the last financial planning work group meeting when it came to budget cuts. Everyone's talking about there's more room in the operating budget to cut, but I have no direction as to where. And so I have no direction from this board right now as to, do we want to go down the path of additional financial risk, for instance? Is system risk an issue for everyone? There's the operating risk, and we also have sales assumptions, right? I mean, we've gone through this conversation over the past arguably 2 years about where the sales should be. Director Kennedy is right about predicting the future. One simple tweak here goes against board policy, which would be we just bump up our sales assumption by 10,000 acre feet, and you're right there, right? I mean, the financial hijinks that was referenced, I mean, whether those are hijinks or not, those are things that, we all are doing, right? And so I need some direction from this board as we go into the next round of rate discussions. What do you want me to focus on? That's the direction I need, and I don't think that can be done from the floor.
Director Madaffer. Thank you, Jim. Director Macedo.
I'm sorry, my question wasn't answered.
Oh, I'm sorry.
About the 12% and why, if our cost of service study says 12%, why did we ask for an additional 6+%?
Right. So, the difference here, and Director Kennedy kind of mentioned it, is kind of the way we show the bill impact, the effective rate increase. It's always kind of a question of how you show the revenue requirement. As it's been noted before, our revenue requirement is on the water authority's direct costs. Water supply costs are outside the revenue requirement. So when you take a look at our revenue requirement, it's something closer to like 200 million. But our total collected revenue is, 600 million. It's because cost of water is outside that umbrella. So our internal costs, our internal pressures, our internal need is going up by 12%. And so that's kind of what's being reflected there. And detachment is another one of those. Detachment doesn't impact how much revenue we need. It just impacts all of you. Rainbow and Fallbrook are no longer paying, contributing their fair share. And so all of the member agencies have to make up that difference. And so that impact doesn't change the revenue requirement, but it certainly changes the effective increase. And then to your other question in terms of cost of service, why we would potentially have to go back if we're given direction of hit 13% or hit 14%, is because the board does not vote on percentages. The board votes on specific rates and charges, and those rates and charges have to flow through the entire analysis. So where does this $7 million, $10 million of cost reduction or revenue reduction come from? Is it the supply rate? Is it treatment? Is it transportation? Where? And so that's where the cost of service analysis would do to ensure that each of the member agencies are benefiting appropriately based on your share of the system and not some arbitrary percentage.
So I just have a follow-up comment and question. So you're telling me that our cost of service study that we do does not include the cost of water? I've never heard of a cost of service study being done that didn't include the cost of the water. That's an expense that we incur. We only do a cost of service study that only includes our internal costs. That doesn't.
Yeah. So
right?
Yeah. So the cost of water is in the melded supply rate, and so all of the costs associated with the melded supply are only in the melded supply. They're not necessarily part of the actual revenue requirement analysis. And so this has been the way it's been done in my 10 years here, and prior to that the Water Authority's focus is on the internal costs, basically the costs that we have under our control, and the direct kind of fixed expenses, the pass-through costs that are volumetric, that are incurred as demand goes up and down. Those are excluded because they are simply a function of demand. And so that's why they've been excluded as part of that process, is because they are simply a function of demand, nothing in terms of what this board has control over.
Okay. So, and that kind of brings me to my comment then, which is, I have never been a fan of the effective rate. As you know, we bill our member agencies for all of the fixed costs. There are individual line items on the bill, and the water rate and the transportation charge are individual items on the bill. I feel like the effective rate that we calculate is very is not transparent, and I think that there would probably be a lot less questions if we could be more clear and show exactly what the increases and things are, exactly how they're coming across to our member agencies. As I think we're kind of down in the weeds now, because you got 12% cost of service that doesn't cover cost of water and the effective rate, and it just is. I think that we need to maybe, like you said, you've been doing it for 10 years. Well, just because it's the way we've always done it isn't always maybe the way we should keep doing it, because it seems to cause a lot of ambiguity in the situation. So, but thank you for explaining that.
Thank you for those comments, Director Ray. Having been experienced in the retail agencies as well, and having the same conundrum with regard to showing what an average monthly bill is, I think we can all agree that no one is average, and no one member agency equals the effective rate. I will make sure that this is something that we bring to our finance planning work group, and make sure that we have input from all representatives there, so that we can find something that's more, no pun intended, but effective. Thank you.
Director Vesby.
Thanks, Chair. Could we look at preparing a cost of service study that includes supply costs so that we know what that revenue requirement is? If the 12% isn't apples to apples for the rate increase, and understanding the effective rate conundrum as well, right? But could the cost of service not include supply increases?
So just to be clear, the cost of service does include supply, but because those are only incurred on the melded supply rate and the supply reliability charge, they can be isolated specifically to those rate categories. And so that's what it's been, that's how it's been done. It's certainly something that we could shift to in a different style, if that is clear. But this is kind of the first time it's come up since us doing the cost of service. We're happy to try something that's different, that definitely strikes a better chord with all of you in terms of familiarity, understanding, transparency. We want to make sure that as we present all of these numbers, we do try to change. We try to move away from the all-in rate to the effective. For clarity purposes, it seems that's kind of a strikeout there. So definitely when we come back with the long-range financial plan, I think having kind of a new way of demonstrating the impact as we move forward, whether that's total revenue requirement, whether that's the way we're currently doing, I think that's a perfect opportunity in that long-range plan to reflect kind of the nature of the cost and just make sure we're all speaking the same thing. We've got a lot of different agencies. We all do things differently in terms of cost of service and bill impacts and whatnot. So we're definitely happy and flexible to accommodate any suggestions.
Thank you.
Director Macedo. Director Macedo? Okay, his button's pushed. I don't know where he is. Director Smith?
Yeah, I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I do want to recognize all the work that the board has done and staff has done on this issue. So I have many of the same concerns of the city of San Diego. I've heard comments about lowering the rate. We have affordability problems in South Bay as well for our customers. And I want to suggest a new thought here, because that's what we're supposed to do, not repeat other thoughts. What I didn't see, and I read through all the material, is the 3 years. So before we were looking at 2025, 2026, 2027 with the roadmap to recovery. And from that information, we had a total of 39%. And so when you look at one-time reductions, we have to be very careful about trying to have a one-time reduction to get down to 14%, because we'll just get that. So this $19.4 million grant, we can lower the rate this year by 2.73%, but then the next year it's just going to go up. So I think some of the information that would be helpful for the board is to go back to that 3-year roadmap so we can understand the consequences of some of the actions we're talking about one time. What does that do to the next year? I'm also looking at our general manager and general counsel, and I appreciate the advice of our fiduciary duty and how a 1-month delay is really what the board should be looking at, because we need all of those numbers. So I would support a 1-month delay so that we get the true numbers. And to pivot a little bit to help our general manager and team, looking at the 3 areas, and if you could put up that 10 alternative alternatives analyzed slide. So we heard from Director Vespi, CIP, O&M, and debt. There were some discussions about debt. And the way I look at it, and what you're saying, well, I need some direction in that area. Let's take O&M. And you went back and looked at, I think it's a $2.5 million cuts. So going back to my prior thought, I want to see that on the 39% roadmap. Is that forever, or are they real long-term cuts, right? And then going forward, if you look at these 3 areas, it's almost like you do a little bit of each one, based on the risk of each one. And that's the simplest way I could describe it. And so I don't think that any of us, I heard from Director Madaffer, reducing the CIP is an issue, and there's risks there. I heard from Director Steiner talking about the financials, right, and then the O&M and operation of the agency. All of those could be addressed with minor cuts to each one and maybe limit the risk of each one to the lowest degree possible. So I did want to get a little bit of confirmation from staff just to make sure, understanding the 3-year approach, where if we do take the grant and assume that cut, that would just come back the next year.
That's correct.
Okay, so we just have to be careful about the consequences of trying to pinpoint like a 14%, because then you're just going to get it the next year. So we had this issue at Metropolitan. We made that decision for immediate rate relief for our customers. So we made that decision for a 2-year period because we were under the guise of business model, that the business model may change in 2 years, and during that time period, at the end of the 2 years, it would change, so you have different revenue and costs. And so we did use one-time rate relief over that time period, and that is a way to do it, but we still have to go into it with our eyes open instead of focusing on 1 year. For the general manager, the question about like the O&M, when you went through and evaluated the O&M, did you see that as long-term cuts or just 1 year or 3 year?
I see the majority of it as long-term cuts. In terms of the staffing, there are some vacancies. There are seven total positions that we addressed. 2 were cut, 5 were to remain vacant through the next budget cycle. All the rest of the cuts, I'm comfortable with saying, would go on into perpetuity.
So my suggestion would be to pivot to direction, and that would be my suggestion. I don't want to get into the weeds of each one, but my suggestion would be to cut a little of each based on risk.
Thank you. Director Scalzetti.
Not on this committee, but thank you for the opportunity, Chair. It's like I've said several times, it's really frustrating to me the way that we do business. I know that this business has to be ran differently than our home agencies ran, but we're here every year, and even when we say these things like the sales projections are too high, and we already knew that they were going to be low, but they put them in these equations to get them passed, and here we are the next year again, just trying to figure out where to cut. We really have to change our business model. I'm just so frustrated that we run everything off interest rates percentages, and everything's ratings and all these things. You talk about the effects of long term. Well, we have to really change if we want our long term to change, because we're just, for a decade now, the same battle every year. We talked, our Director Hurst mentioned some no flexibility. I got a phone call from Ms. Shipley over off Old Highway 80, and she has no flexibility. So, and I'm really have more confidence in our staff, which do a great job and really know the numbers, but I have more confidence in them of having some no flexibility and finding a different avenue than Ms. Shipley does with her fixed income and having to deal and take it on the chin about these rate increases, figuring out where she's going to get the money to pay her water bill and her other bills, because we just keep passing along to make, i.e. staff feel comfortable, our board feel comfortable. Well, I'm not feeling comfortable as our board, and I think if the staff doesn't feel comfortable with the situation, we're going to be forced to change the way we do business and how we're going to be in a comfortable position in the future. I don't want to wait on this rate increase. I don't want to push it out. We need to get business done. If this is where the city's at, is the staff prepared to figure out how they're going to deal with 14%? I think we need to get it done. We need to stop kicking the can down the road. I think we need to stop having our staff reanalyze and read this and read that for months and months. Go where we feel we have in the budget and make adjustments down the road. This is all we're going to have to realize, that we're going to have to be flexible, and we're going to have to change the way we are and work in our means. If that's 14% this year, let's get it done and let's move on, because 3 more months we're going to be at the same spot. Thank you.
Thank you. Tish? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I just wanted to address some of the comments that were made earlier about the cost of service study and transparency. I wanted to assure this board that every rate within the table that you are considering today is included in the cost of service study report. And so I just wanted to make sure that, for the record, that that was clear and there was no ambiguity or misunderstanding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director McMillan.
Thank you, Chair. Not a member of your committee, but I want to compliment you on the way we're handling this discussion today. I think it's very appropriate, and I do appreciate the city's input on a number.
There's a tip jar at my desk down there. So
the what?
There's a tip jar where I sit. So yeah, she's going to take care of the money for me. Thank you.
But I do appreciate this discussion. And again, we had a discussion like this at our board yesterday, and the idea of responsible versus irresponsible. We have to maintain CWA. Helix understands. We certainly could support the 14%, as Director Scalzetti said. One of the concerns I had was if we arbitrarily cut 1%, which is 20% of the part we have to deal with, as Director Hurst, the question is, where does that come out? And I was going to ask Dan, are you going to do that? But, he's saying, I'm looking for direction. Where do we do that? And so that's one reason, I guess, that if we delayed a month would be informative. But, again, I agree that I would like to see this voted on today. And to the legal counsel, if the committee recommends one increase and the board wants another one, can they change it at the board level?
Because this is a matter, I believe, that's been deemed time essential, the recommendation could be modified at the board without sending it back to the committee.
Thank you. And again, cost of service study was brought up often yesterday at our discussion too, and we too have many fixed income, and I have an area that has a strong fixed income, and but we are caught between this responsibility to our ratepayers and the responsibility to the Water Authority in maintaining its solvency. Thank you.
Director Hilliker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, if we go with the city's recommendation down the road, whether it's a month from now, whatever, I'm fine with that. But I come with a little trepidation, because what I see us doing, unfortunately, is what the city of San Diego has done years ago. Not this current one, but years ago, as Jim said, kicking the can down the road. I think the city council in the water department was handed a shit sandwich, basically, and I mean, now nobody wants to eat it, right? So something does have to get done, and we really need to think about long term what we're going to do as far as these rates, because I mean, by me is El Capitan Reservoir, owned by the city of San Diego. That's only half full. Just think of how much more water it could hold if it were, maintained and fixed. Look at Hodges. We can't use their pump storage. Again, City of San Diego and the Water Authority on that one. But, we got a mess, and it's going to cost money to fix it. And if we don't do anything, if we don't come up with solutions, then we're really going to be in a world of hurt.
Thank you, Frank. Joel, are you coming back up again?
I'd love to, but no.
Okay, thank you. Director Leahy.
Thank you. I'm also not on the committee. I was going to try and keep it short, and the more we've been talking, the longer my notes have gotten, so I apologize. Just to get out in front of it, personally, I would not support any alternative that includes using the grant funds to offset the rates. I do not think it's good practice to use one-time revenues to offset ongoing revenue needs. As far as the cost of service study and not including the cost of water, that's an interesting surprise. Oceanside does not have the control over the water authority cost of water, and yet we use that in our cost of service study to develop our rates. So while I'm not on this committee, and I'm happy to make the recommendation in a formal board, I think that's definitely a change that needs to occur for future documents that are produced. As far as presenting an effective rate and us approving a quote percentage, again, another thing that I think we as a board need to ask for and staff should be providing is just provide us the dollar value. Give us the cost of the water. Let the member agency develop what that percent increase is and impact their own agency. That would, I think, solve a lot of problems and solve a lot of confusion rather than presenting this effective rate, or even last year we had the all-in rate changed to the effective rate. Just give us the dollars, we can do the math, and we can figure out the percentage. And again, the percentage that the Water Authority gives to us is not necessarily even the percentage that goes and passes on to our customers. So again, let us manage that. We can convey that information to our agencies. And I think that would simplify a lot of the confusion than using this effective impact across the board. I think that we should also consider doing a 2-year rate increase rather than spending 3 months every year on the same conversation. If having a 2-year rate increase would allow us to spend a little bit more time on other business. It would allow the staff for the Water Authority to know what those guide rails are for the next 2 years. We would be able to align that process with the budgeting process. And if we came back next year to approve a 2-year rate increase for calendar 26 and 27, then again, all of our documents and all of our processes are now aligning, and we have a better idea of where we're going to be in 2 years from now. And then staff has the ability to then make those decisions. If costs are going up, they can come and present those those changes to us. And respectfully, I appreciate Chair Rant and Dan asking for the direction or where those cuts should come from. I do not believe that is the board's responsibility to identify individual line items. It's our responsibility to identify the policy level and what we will and will not support. Staff is welcome to come back, and I've been saying it for months. I see more flexibility in operating budget. Staff is welcome to come and present where they identify those cuts to the board and ask for approval of those items or ask for further direction. But if you're hearing from the board, we need to cut 1%, then that is the direction, and staff needs to then figure out how to do that and present those options to this board to then approve or deny. And putting on my hat, I do that for my own agency. When my council came and I heard that 24 hours before my own rate hearing last year, that our council was not going to approve our rate increases, within 24 hours, and again, it's a very different budget, but within 24 hours, I identified what services and what capital projects would be cut if those rates were not approved. So that is the service, and that's the responsibility of staff, and to align with what the board needs. So that's what I would look forward to. I'm happy to provide a motion in the formal board meeting, as I'm not on the committee, to provide that direction to staff for next year and for these further processes. But I would look for my colleagues' support on some of those items, if not all, and appreciate any additional conversation on that.
Thank you. Director Castaneda. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If I may, Director Leahy, I agree that I'm not looking for direction on line item budget reductions or rate adjustments. What I'm looking for are themes. And by that, I mean, and I'll use our CIP as an example. We are making data-driven decisions, and as such, we're measuring the risk and consequence of failure. if we feel collectively as staff and this water authority team that is the direction that puts us in the best place, let's put our best foot forward, I am not going to make an adjustment to our CIP and jeopardize a system failure when I have the data behind it, I have the administrative record behind it showing that if I reduce this CIP, if I cut this project, there's a consequence of failure that then falls back on us. So I need policy-driven recommendations. Now, there are components related to the operating budget. We certainly can continue to take a look at that, but I think the general theme here is that we're on very thin margins. In the past, we had the ability to use the rate stabilization fund to smooth things and allowed us to be a little bit more nimble and flexible. And, what I just said, what I just described would have never come up in years past because, of course, we'd go to the rate stabilization fund and we'd be able to smooth the rates in that manner. So because of those margins, that's why I need Dan, staff, focus on increasing financial risk. Dan, increase system risk. Something along those lines.
Thank you. Director Hogan.
You didn't let me speak.
Thanks, Chair. So I want to understand the process,
Sorry.
too.
Hold it. Oh, I'm sorry. Joel? Oh, Director Castaneda. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Let me, thank you. I appreciate it. I just wanted to raise everyone's attention to the letter that was distributed from our board today or last night. So I wanted to do that. And I just want to reiterate what Director Scalzetti had said and sort of describing a typical customer in an area. I forget the name of the woman you were talking about with limited budgets. And that probably is a small number of folks. But let me tell you, with Sweetwater, it's 60% of our customer base that struggle each and every day. Okay? And so the fact is that it's harder and harder to basically get them to be able to accept these rate increases. Now, all you're really doing is giving incentive to us, because we are so diversified, to continue to build upon our diversity, to continue to, make our own water and sell it and buy less from this agency, which at the end of the day does more harm than holding off on a rate increase. And I just, something occurred to me as I was sitting here listening, and I think there was a lot of great comments. I've been on this board through 3 rate increase and budget cycles. Each year seems to be more controversial. This year seems to be by far the most controversial. And I know that we're talking about cash and so forth on hand and what it does to the rating agencies. Believe me, the rating agencies listen to the controversy that's on this board. And they say, well, maybe this year will be okay, and maybe next year. But these are long-term debt instruments that we have to make good on. And basically driving cost to the extent where you're incentivizing member agencies to go out and develop their own sources, which many are, does, I think, more harm than good. This year is this year. I don't agree with kicking the can down the road, but I do feel a need to say that we need to have a reasonable rate increase, something that certainly my constituents can afford. It does no good if people stop using water. Does no good if people basically stop paying their bill, because we have a lot of folks that do that. And we just there are a lot of agencies where customers they can absorb it. We can't. So I think that more than anything, I'd like to see a real, because we've talked a lot about looking at operations, looking at all kinds of things for cuts, but we've never really done it. And I think it's important to basically start doing that in earnest. And so I support, the city's, position. I think we need to take some time. Maybe we go with a partial rate increase now, and we really see whether or not there's an effort in earnest to do this. Because I tell you, in 10 years, I don't know who's going to be in this room, but it's going to be harder because the costs are going to be more, they're going to be higher. So I just want to make a plea that let's start looking at the future, knowing that we're going to sell less water and there's going to be less revenue to play with. And so that's all I want to say. I'm not a member. So, and the other thing I wanted to bring up too, I think it's patently unfair to basically have budget and rate increase or rate setting processes at the committee level, because I think there's a lot of agencies that would like to basically weigh in, and we can do that at the full board. And I'm glad to hear that, because what I was hearing before is that a motion couldn't be changed from a recommendation from the committee. So I'm not sure why the rest of us are sitting here, but I'm glad to hear that our general counsel has said we can do that. But I think I would ask that a change be made, that we have these discussions at the full board. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Miller.
Thanks, Chair Arant. Also, I'm not on the committee either, but I was on the committee at the last budget cycle. I said this before. We've been down this road before. I've been on the board since 2011, and we've never had a budget proposal, a rate increase proposed, where we didn't cut it. And what I think we're seeing is what we saw at Met. We're cutting our budget to the bone to keep our rates low as we can, only to come back to next year with even more rate increases. I would rather pick a middle of the road increase like the 15.4 or even 16. And if it's too much money and we collect too much money, what it's going to mean next year is we're not going to have to raise the rates as much. So it's a no lose thing. And I'm sympathetic to the people out there that are having a hard time affording their water. But what we're really debating is what we debated in the past, 1 or 2%. And in my agency, that's a nickel or a dime a unit of water. It's money, but to keep from kicking this can down the road and taking more risk on the system, and next year we're going to ask them to take more risk on the system, and 4 years down the road, more risk on the system to keep our rates down. I just think we're kicking the can down the road, and we're just avoiding what's actually going to happen. These rate increases are going to continue, and avoiding them today just means they're going to be more painful tomorrow. And so I would be more inclined to accept the 15.4 to 16% increase. I also agree a little bit, I agree a lot with what Director Leahy said on the one-time bonus of the $19 million. I would probably propose that we spread that over a year or 2 or 3 years just to kind of help with the rates if we so chose. But one-time cash does not mean that we're going to be solvent next year. And I just hate revisiting these cuts every year to the point where we can't cut anymore. And as I think Dan Denham is saying, we cut and cut and cut. At some point, somebody's got to come up with a magic wand to tell us where the cuts are going to come, because eventually there's nothing left to cut. And then we're really going to be getting some high rates. And we know Met is coming down the road with some significant rate increases over the next 4 to 5 years. That chart I put up 3 months ago showed $2,000 water from Metropolitan in the next 10 years. So we just can't avoid the reality of the situation we're in. And we need to address it and not expect our staff to try to deliver water with no pipes. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Miller. Director Hogan.
Thank you, Chair. From my perspective, any rate increase that we consider, whether you consider it reasonable or not, it's got to be supported by the cost of service. I think Dan hit it right on the head. I'm not going to vote on anything that isn't supported by the cost of service, just to meet my fiduciary responsibility. And it's my understanding this secondary option that's before the board for possible consideration is part of the cost of service study. Okay. So my question comes, if we delay this for 30 days, a lot's got to happen, because whatever meetings occur and how that process works out, you got to incorporate that in the cost of service. And so my point being is, can that be done? Can we go through, incorporate any changes, and have it ready for public hearing to meet the cost of service standard in consideration by this board in July? And the reason I ask that, because our agency, going through the cost of service process, our drop dead date is really August 1st. So we need a decision in July, or it's going to cost me money, like other agencies, not to be able to implement these rates by January 1st. So that's kind of my standard. If we delay it for 30 days, we need to incorporate it in the cost of service study. We need to consider it to meet our fiduciary responsibilities, and it needs to be done next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Acosta, did you want to respond?
Yeah, actually.
I'm sorry, just a second. General Manager.
Yes. So, Director Hogan, we need the only constraint we have with that. I believe that on a technical level we could get it done, but the cost of service report has to be public for 30 days, right? So there's that component to it. The other thing is in the different alternatives that we would potentially come back with, and this gets back to my comments about general themes. I mean, if we're all talking about 14% now, do you want just one option with 14% or 4 options of 14% that place risk in different areas? And so that's what I mean by I need direction on the theme to the cost of service report for the next time around.
So could I clarify, Dan? What I'm hearing you say is that you may come up with an option for consideration incorporation into the cost of service, but the public hearing probably would not occur until September or August?
I believe that to be the case. Is that right, Tish? August?
For 30 days for public
30
notice.
days.
I'm assuming August will be the earliest.
We could do a special meeting. Director Rant just mentioned a special meeting. That's absolutely an option as well.
And it would be a special meeting, I can tell you that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Director Acosta.
Thank you. I've been listening carefully, and I really appreciate the work of the staff and the conversation from my colleagues. We all want the Water Authority to be successful, and I definitely see the tug between affordability for our ratepayers. That's cost of living increases compounded, and the responsible decision making that we need to do as a board, as fiscal stewards. I have been reading all the materials, and there's a lot of jargon that we need to get to the heart of to be more transparent and clear as a board for ourselves, because there's people here who have been here a long time that are questioning even things like, how is our cost of service study done? We need to fix those things. But I want to get to the thing that is kind of most frustrating for me, which is there are 2 ways to handle this: increase those rates and deal with the impact for the ratepayers. They're going to have to pay more, right? And it seems heartless and hard for the public. And the other side of things, which is find ways to cut, find ways to reduce our costs. I am on the side of find ways to cut and reduce our costs, and I hear you very much, Mr. Denham, when you say you need us to tell you the buckets and the areas, not the specific things, but the buckets where you would like us to tell you to cut. And I want to push back. I want to agree with some of my colleagues who have said we are the policymakers here and we set the vision, and we need you. We need your staff to pick those for us. If we set that rate and we say we no more than whatever it is, 14, then that's what I'm hearing from San Diego. We need to find those cuts, because this is really going to impact our public. This is our entire region. This is all ratepayers. We all drink water. We all pay, and there's only so much that we could do at each of our agencies to mitigate those increases. I think Carlsbad's well placed, thanks to my colleague Vicki here, who has been our leader. But we are all going to struggle, and we need to watch out for those ratepayers. So I'm in favor of finding those places to cut, and I will hand that back to Mr. Denham and staff to find those places. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Steiner.
So I'd like to ask a question, and that question is, if the board today passed something that said up to 14%, included that there must be this month where more effort is made and found, but in the interim to deal with an immediately pending issue of the pass-through of net, approve that may be paid while we come back in the next month to finalize, confirm 14% if that can be done. Is that something that could be done in the present day of our cost of service study and what we have before us to allow everything that everyone's talking about here to happen?
Director Steiner, what I'm going to suggest to this board right now is that we take a 10-minute caucus and let staff go back and talk over some things with the general counsel as it relates to what exactly can be done today.
Yes.
I think that our response is better informed by us getting together and not doing this on the fly.
And I certainly appreciate that and would support that 10-minute break for that reason and others. And I also, I think everybody's here today has talked about what really has to happen, and we're going to get past this process and we'll have to, and it will be painful all the way around. But the need and the recognition that's finally being addressed at this board and recognized at this board, including by staff, that there are simply structural changes that have to be addressed and that we have to be focused on making changes that will perhaps alleviate some of this going on all the time, but addressing the fact that the demand for water is never going to be what it was. It's never going to be for the structure we have built around it, how we can address it, whether we can shut things down, whether we can offload things, whether we can change and how we're going to change how we operate to address this world that's changed, and I think everyone in this room recognizes is never going to return to what it was. And so I support the 10-minute break. I'd even support a 15-minute break.
Is that a motion?
Yes. Well, I can't because I'm not on your committee.
Can somebody make a motion that I'm sorry, just a second. I got a motion to recess this meeting to 11 a.m.
Isn't it just about chair?
No, I'm told I
No,
have
our
to.
admin code requires a motion and a vote.
I have a
on
motion
recess.
by Director Secretary Hilliker. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by
Abdullahi.
Abdullahi. So, all those, let's call the roll call.
Chair Rant,
Yeah.
Vice Chair Abdullahi,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hogan,
Yes.
Director Zacosta,
Yes.
Bays, absent. Hilliker, Hurst,
Aye.
Katz is absent. Myers,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
Vespi,
Yes.
Yamani.
Yes.
The motion passes.
See you at 11. Well, we still have some speakers. From I still have two speakers from before we took an adjournment. Director Heidemann.
Oh, wow. All right. I walked in this morning a little bit, not optimistic, but a little bit confused. And as the conversation evolved, I think a lot of the board members made some really good comments. Some of the things that at least resonate for me is that, this has been, and I think this is a comment that was already shared, an elongated process. We started very early on. I think it was at the request of the city of San Diego. So we've been doing this for a while, and I think that the conversation, at least from my perspective, is a bit dangerous because, we're throwing out percentages without having our staff kind of evaluate those and the impacts of those. So to just suggest a 14 or a 13% increase compared to the alternatives that we had been exploring and evaluating over the last few months is a bit dangerous in my point of view, especially in light of some of the correspondence we've got from the rating agencies, and I'm sure that they're listening and watching it right now. And I'm just not convinced that that the average ratepayer is going to, feel any better about a 14% rate increase as opposed to a 15.4%. I know I wouldn't, and I don't. They're still high, and I'm not sure that, if this is something that's going to make us feel a little bit better. I'm not sure it really hits that mark. So I know that there were some suggestions. I'm curious about what staff has come back with in terms of a way forward. I would not be supportive of just arbitrarily setting a 14% rate increase without having staff evaluate the impacts of that. I think there are risks, and we've evaluated and explored those risks in all of the alternatives that were presented. So I will defer the rest of my comments until I hear from staff.
Thank you, Director Hardiman. Director Kier.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw out some things after listening to this very good discussion. Thank you to everybody for the discussion and for staff for their answers. I think, first of all, I think the cost of service study obviously needs to include supply costs, and I know ours, when we do it, we use the same consultant, certainly does. We are very close to our customers and our agencies here, and I think affordability is super important. So I would like to see us do anything that we can for affordability from that perspective. I also am an engineer and a person who understands the importance of CIPs and understands the importance of maintenance of our facilities, and I am absolutely, it's tough to measure risk. You never know if you put some risk off on one, if the other one's going to pop. You don't know what's going to happen, but we have to go through those processes. And I guess I would just ask the question, not to be answered right now necessarily, but are there projects that could be delayed or that have nothing to do with loss of water or loss of life? That's a pretty big standard. But are there other CIPs that could be delayed or cut? And then I have a real problem with using one-time costs for ongoing, when we need ongoing revenue. And so I would think, I guess it's 1.5%. I would say, what does that 14% look like without using those one-time costs? And I guess, is that 15.5%? What is it? There's a lot that we don't know that I think I would love to know. But I think we're at a real critical point right now in the Water Authority, and I think that we have to make some very tough decisions. I think that the 14% might work if we are going to start immediately making some really tough decisions and dealing with some really, actually doing all of the things and starting all the things and hoping that they make a difference in the next year, even to see what we can get in the next year. And I don't want to repeat what they all are, because I think Director Steiner kind of listed them all out very well. And I think we have a lot of work to do. And I think it's not, I shouldn't say start that work right now, because it's already ongoing. And I know that staff is already working on these things. And so I would hope that it could make a difference before we got to the next year, and that those rate increases wouldn't be so astronomical at that time.
Mr. Serrano.
Thank you. Just again want to appreciate everyone's discussion and their indulgence of the city's perspective today. I know that there's been talk among staff about what actions can be taken today. I do want to make clear the city is prepared and is willing to pass through or approve any rate increase that may be necessary to meet our commitments for July 1. So whether that's the Met charge, the contract negotiations to be able to meet and effectuate those, I just want to make clear that the city is prepared to take that action today. So we don't have to delay that, so we don't put the authority in a predicament. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. With regard to the general manager's comments about providing some themes for potential cost-saving measures and reductions, or what the board's priorities are. I can commit to you today that the city is happy to put together, and I will ask our staff to put together a memo to provide some of those themes. Again, we want to be part of the solution. We want to be constructive. So we ask that of our city council during our budget process, and so we're happy to do that for the authority. Last thing I would just say is that in listening to the discussion, I've heard a lot of conversation, or I've heard several times mentioned what the action that we take on this year's rate increase and the impact that that will have on years 2 and 3. And here's the thing. I've been on this board since May of 2021, and I've had to vote on a rate increase every single year. And I'm not proud of that. I don't say that with any type of joy, because I've been told that it's been necessary. And every year that I've been told the year 1 increase, is the recommended increase because of the fact you take this vote, and in years 2 and 3, it's going to be lower. And every year, I've gone back to my city council, to my mayor, to my constituents, and told them, hey, look, the rates are going up this amount this year, but next year I'm told it's going to be, this single digit and that single digit. Forgive me, that has never manifested. It has never manifested. And whether that's external to us or whether that is just how, for whatever the reason is, to be quite honest, it's hard for me to justify that and to use that as a decision point for me to make right now. Because I don't know what 2 or 3 is going to be, and I don't think anyone in this room knows what years 2 and 3 is going to look like. So I just want to put that out there and make sure that that's part of, sort of the thought process that, I don't have faith that by us going any larger, that it's going to get better for our ratepayers. And I think it's more important that we demonstrate that we can do everything we can now, even if it's this modest reduction, to be able to demonstrate to them that we get it. And we're here to help, and we're going to do the best we can, and we're going to work like hell over the next 365 days to make sure that we're not in this place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Director Lyons.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a member of this committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. It's always difficult to follow Vice Chair Serrano, who's so articulate, but I did want to just put a finer point on something that was brought up by Director Vespi earlier in the day today, hours ago now, where there's opportunities that appear to me that could be captured without consequences to the quality of the operations and maintenance and capital program. And that is that our history shows that we've been budgeting higher by as much as 10% on our projections, and then defining our rates based on those budgets, but not implementing or achieving or just managing the program to that higher budget number. So I really trust, when I look at my own budgets, I really trust what we've demonstrated we do over time and over the years. We demonstrate we do this, and then using that to project what is reasonable and realistic that we'll do in this coming year. So I don't want to impact or have negative consequences on our maintenance and operations, but I'd like to consider that right sizing our budget to meet what we'll be achieving in this upcoming year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's everybody's spoken at least 3 or 4 times, so I think we're through all that. So, oh no, yeah, I'm sorry. Dan, did you have to guys come back with some ideas for us?
Thank you, Chair Rand.
I hope so. Thank you.
So here's what the collective staff would like to present to the board. We suggest that we open the public hearing, take further comments from the board, take further comments from the public, close the public hearing without an action, bring it back to the full board for deliberation, where I will come to you with an option, and I'm self-selecting the theme for that option, and it will be to maintain our system, to maintain our operations. We have one job, and that's to provide water to this region. We will take an increased financial risk in the option that I bring back to the board for consideration that will get us to the 14%.
Okay. Okay.
Isn't the 14%, there's a cost of service study that already includes that?
Yes, so.
That's the important question everybody needs to hear the answer on.
Right, so what we need to do between now, over lunchtime, and the public hearing is talk through that internally, and we'll have an answer to that. We'll have an answer for you on that. But we believe that it's within the legal bookends of what we can do. Sorry to, put that teaser out there, but we need some more time.
So, thank you. That's 2.5 hours of your lives you can't get back. But I think this is something we asked for from the city, our friends from the city, some months ago. I'm glad we had the conversation today, and at least we have a number. It's 14%. We have a baseline to work with, and then we can build upon that. So I think, even though this has taken a lot of time, and I'm really tired now, and I want to have lunch, I think it was worthwhile. So hopefully we'll think about this next time around. And before we go into months and months of preparation of documents and projections and meetings, and we have this conversation, and then that kind of shapes where we move forward. So
I think everybody in the room appreciates your approach today in walking in and saying, let's do this a little differently and let's get to where we need to be, right. Which is, I think we will be holding our hearing. I think we will be doing something. But I think everyone in the room appreciates your leadership during this meeting.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could jump in too, I want to just express my appreciation for the way that this discussion was brought forward and the candid nature of it, and I say that with all honesty, and appreciate the rest of the board's discussion and deliberation. But I just wanted to make sure that I did let the record reflect. I do appreciate the way that you handled it.
Appreciate that. Director Hurst, one last comment before we go into the
really a question. We started the conversation with looking at a cut of 1 additional percentage, which would make it 14.4%. Is that still acceptable to the city? Instead of 14%, if Dan were coming back with a 1% cut that was financially oriented, increasing the financial risk, would that be acceptable?
Is that the number that, Dan, you intend to come back with? Or are you coming back with a whole 14?
I can't answer that yet. It will be 14 point something.
Understood. We look forward to hearing that.
Okay. I guess we're never going to move forward. Dr. Abdullahi.
Thank you, Chair Arant. And in the interest of time, I won't reiterate what Director Steiner and Vice Chair Serrano mentioned. But one thing I will say is, as we've seen from this discussion, that yes, in the beginning, a lot of folks may have thought it was just the city of San Diego that had concerns. But from the discussions that we had, the very candid and necessary conversations we had, it seems as if this is just not just within the city of San Diego, but also a lot of our other members as well. So I appreciate the conversation, the discussion, and I look forward to what staff brings back to us.
Okay, Director Smith.
Just quickly, if staff's going to be working on this, in order to vote, I need to see 3 years. So could you show the 3 years?
Let me see if we can do that.
Okay. That's it. Oh, my screen went black. I can't see anybody else that wants to speak. The Administrative and Finance Committee will now consider the Financial Planning Work Group recommendation to set Water Authority rates and charges for calendar year 2025. The first step in this process will be to hold a public hearing. After receiving comments from the public, I will close the public hearing, and the committee will deliberate and consider. And as I understand it, the idea was we will defer action to the full board and we'll postpone the hearing to the full board, the continuation of the hearing.
That's correct.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So the staff's presentation today on rates includes a process that began in January of this year and is based upon recommendation of the Finance Planning Work Group. While the rates originally started at 22% and then dropped to 18%, the board will all consider an option for further reduction of rates to 15% and now, as we understand it, down to 14%. Authorizing the general manager to implement the prepayment pilot program allows member agencies to further reduce the impact on ratepayers by another couple of percent. So those are several things at play. I will now officially open the public hearing to consider proposed changes to the rates and charges for delivery and supply of water, use of facilities, and provision of services. Any person desiring to make a presentation or provide written information to the board regarding these matters may do so during the public hearing. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. So now I will ask our rate and debt manager, Pierce Rosnan. Oh, we're skipping the presentation. Things are really flying around up here. Okay, what do we do now? Tell me.
We're opening up for public comment.
Okay. I'm just reading from the script. Okay, we're going to open this for public comment. Nicole, do we have speakers, public speakers?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Okay. Okay, so I'll ask, do any of our directors have questions or comments on the in the public hearing? Okay. I don't see anything. My screen is back on. I don't see anything. Does staff have any further response or questions?
No, I would defer to General Counsel Edwards in terms of direction that we give the board and the public right now as to what the next steps are. We're deferring this to the formal board of directors.
Right. We're going to close the public hearing, and then pursuant to the admin code, because this is an urgent matter that requires prompt final action by the board, and that's in the best interest of the authority, this will be referred to the appropriate agenda item on the main board. Okay. For discussion.
Thank you. Okay. So now I will close the public hearing. And I'm assuming then that the next item on the agenda, which has to do with adopting amendments to the fiscal year 2024-25 midterm budget, will have to be deferred, or we can move forward with that. Okay. Very good. Let's have that presentation.
Good morning. It's still morning, right? So in the interest of time, we can move to the last slide, or we can run through these slides fairly quickly.
I hear no objections. Thank you.
So staff recommendation today is to adopt resolution to amend the budget for fiscal years 24 and 25 using the Finance Planning Work Group recommendation, rate option for calendar year 25 rates, and then approve the classification and salary schedules that are consistent with the labor agreements that were approved by the board last year.
Okay, you've heard staff recommendation. Do I have a motion? Director Hurst.
So moved.
Second. Do I have a second? Director Quorum? Okay, I have a motion and second to adopt resolution number 2024. I'm sorry? What?
What's that? Quorum's not on the committee.
Oh, we need somebody on the committee. Thank you, Vicki. Appreciate that. We'll note that.
Second.
Sure.
If it's the pleasure of the board to delay, it can be delayed.
I guess my question is it connected to the finance planning work recommended the option for calendar year 2025?
Why don't we do this? Why don't we have this item follow the other item that we're going to bring back for formal board? I think that'll be cleaner and more understandable.
Okay, so we're not going to do item 2. Item 3 has to do with our business and risk, our business insurance. Can we do this one? Is it possible to do this one, or are we just going to follow this at the board meeting?
I think we can do this one.
Okay. We have a presentation by Mr. Tom Marcoux, a Risk and Safety Manager. on the purchase of the Water Authority business insurance for fiscal year 2025. Go ahead, Tom.
All right. Well, good morning, Chair Rant, members of the board. My name is Tom Marcoon. I'm the Risk and Safety Manager here with the Water Authority. And today we're going to talk about the business insurance renewal for fiscal year 2025. This information can be found on page 138 of your packet. I will be going through it fairly quickly, so if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them at the end. So business insurance covers our big lines of coverage, our liability, our property, our workers' compensation, and we do this competitively annually to protect the Water Authority, to maintain legal obligations and regulatory obligations. Not an all-inclusive list, but these are just some of the lines of coverage that are associated with that, including automobile liability, employer's liability, and insuring the contents of our buildings as well. So as you probably saw at your own agencies, market conditions are still tough right now with insurance, specifically along the lines of property and liability. Now, we are seeing some early signs of stabilization with there, but it's still very early in that process. And that's due to a variety of conditions that are out there: growing natural disasters, growing jury awards, inflation, fewer insurers in California, and more stringent requirements. We're seeing exclusions for coverages such as wildfire. Quick context to that: if you look at a list of the 22 most costly disasters in U.S. history, over half of those have come since 2010. If you actually look at the gap in between days between billion-dollar disasters, it has gone from 75 days in the 1980s to 18 days in the 2020s. Next slide. And this is just a FEMA risk index county map. Being red is not good. In Southern California, our underwriters often joke about us as a disaster theme park. We actually have the highest number of high-risk profile disasters in the United States. Next. Switching to the liability side, you can see an increasing cost of jury awards. This has gone in 2010 to 2020 up by 275%. The average jury award right now is $2.5 million. And just with a broader look at liability claims, we've seen a decade of annual growth of over 11%. So where we're at today is our coverage. We have $300 million property, workers' comp, which is statutory, and we maintain $31 million in liability. You can also look at this, if you flipped it sideways, as layers or walls between the Water Authority and a claim. In 2021, or prior to that, we had $46 million in coverage. The quotes coming back at that time, it was not tenable to maintain that higher level of coverage. Quotes were coming in hundreds of thousands of dollars to maintain that level. So in 2021, we dropped that to $31 million. This is the first year that we've actually seen a reasonable quote back to restore some of that coverage back to $41 million. So this year there's two options. We can renew just across the board, maintain our $31 million in coverage, $300 in property and workers' compensation, and that would result in a 7.24% increase. However, if we were able to buy back that additional wall, that $10 million of additional coverage, it would cost an additional $36,464, which will be staff's recommendation today. So next slide. So the alternate is to maintain as is and renew, not change any of our coverages. But staff's recommendation is going to be to pursue that additional wall back. So for $36,000, gaining that $10 million worth of coverage. So the staff's recommendation is going to be to pursue liability through the purchase of Cal Mutual's J Prima, property from Swiss Reinsurance, and workers' compensation for Cal Mutual's J Prima for a total amount of rounded up to $1,320,000. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, do you have any questions for Tom? Yes. Director McMillan.
Thank you. And Aqua JPIA, you contacted, or what's their status on this?
So Aqua JPIA was invited to bid last year, and last year we indicated that just to avoid bidder fatigue that we wouldn't be reaching out to them this year, just going through a bid with our broker. It is in our plan per our board memo to go out to a wider bid next year and to invite Aqua JPIA.
Okay, other questions? I'd just like to say that we're all familiar with the insurance market out there. It's a very tough market, very tight. A lot of bad things have happened in California, all over the United States, and this is how the insurance companies recoup. The fact that we're bringing it in under the 10% budget plus a higher level of coverage is, I think, outstanding work. So I would like to accept the motion to approve staff recommendation.
Move approval.
Second.
Who moved? Oh, Director Bays, second Director Hurst. Roll call, please.
Chair Rant,
Yes.
Vice Chair Abdullahi?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hogan?
Yes.
Directors Acosta?
Yes.
Bays?
Yes.
Hilliker? Yes. Hurst?
Aye.
Katz is absent. Myers?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
What are we doing?
Vespi?
Yes.
Yamani?
Yes.
Chair Rand, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. The item passed. Information items, there's two items, controller's report. Take a look at that. And the board calendar on page 152 of your board package. We have no closed session, thank God. And we are adjourned. Thank you.
So, we are going to skip imported water. Director Myers, this is the second time. I'm sure that next month you'll have 3 months now worth of items to present. We are going to go to lunch. Should be here in 5 minutes, and we are going to come back from lunch at 1 o'clock. Give staff a little bit of time to work on the formal board recommendation. Water planning at 1 o'clock.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome to the Water Planning and Environmental Committee meeting for June 27, 2024. I'd like to turn it over to General Counsel Edwards for an announcement regarding remote participation.
We have two members of the committee. I think I'm on. Director Kennedy is appearing remotely pursuant to a just cause exception under the Brown Act. And Director Miller and Director Ray are both appearing under the traditional rules and have posted the agenda at their locations and have confirmed there's nobody over 18 with them in the room. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Edwards. Susanna, can you please call the roll?
Chair Heidemann,
Here.
Vice Chair Macedo,
Present.
Vice Chair Smith,
Here.
Directors Bays,
Here.
Elitharp,
Here.
Hurst,
Present.
Kennedy,
Here.
Leahy, here, Lines, here, McMillan,
Yes.
Queerum, here, Vespi,
Here.
Whitburn, Supervisor Desmond, Chair Heidemann, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you, Susanna. I don't have any additions to the agenda, and at this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any item listed on the Water Planning and Environmental Committee agenda.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, in the interest of time, I don't have a chair's report for this month and no consent calendar. And I'm going to move a couple items, defer them to next month. So item number 1 and number 2, the Carlsbad Desalination Plant Intake Construction Update by Jeremy. Jeremy, sorry, we're going to defer you to next month. And the annual storage assessment by Nathan, also we're going to defer to next month. So at this time, we're going to go right to the presentation from Lisa Pruce, Principal Water Resource Specialist, and David Edwards, General Counsel, provide an update on the Water Conservation Garden.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Pruce, and I'll be going through a brief overview of garden operations over the last several months, and then I'll hand it off to David for some next steps. Oops. There we go. Okay. So the garden opened in 1999 at Cuyamaca College, as most of you know, which means that it is celebrating its 25th year of operation this year, a pretty substantial marker. The mission of the garden has really been to be that physical location where people can go and be encouraged to both conserve water, use it wisely, as well as use our natural resources wisely. It's been funded over that period of time through our Joint Powers Authority, which has the 5 water districts you see on the slide there, as well as the Grossmont-Cuyamaca College District as the JPA. So some of the recent actions that have happened at the JPA board meetings. In October of 2023, the executive director at the time, as well as the Friends of the Garden board president, had come to the board and identified some funding issues that were going to limit the garden's ability to operate all the way through their year in June. There was a lot of discussion that happened, and in February 2024, midway through the month, the garden paused operations, and then the the JPA terminated the Friends of the Water Conservation Garden operating agreement during that February board meeting. About 10 days later, end of February, beginning of March, the garden resumed interim operations. And that was made possible by some FY24 supplemental funding that was shared equally by all of the water agencies that are on the JPA. And then moving forward, in June of 2024, the JPA adopted a FY25 operating budget. So with that operating budget, the garden is really focusing on rebuilding and continuing operations for the year. So they'll be hiring staff. Previously, the interim operations has had 2 of the original staff at the garden operating with a bunch of volunteers. And so those 2 staff will be brought on as full-time, and the JPA will hire a new executive director, and then 3 additional part-time staff will be brought on to do a lot of the heavier work in the garden. The continued operations will focus on maximizing that use of volunteers. My notes had about 110 volunteers over about 20 different functions working in the garden, and that number is continuing to grow. There will be a big focus on increasing the revenue, as you noted. You may have noted in that slide previously. The budget for operations is increased over what was previously paid. And so they'll be focusing on public and private events, memberships, building up the gift shop again, and plant sales, looking at whether grants and partnerships will make sense to help defer operating costs or to operate more fully than with this limited operations. And they're also using a lot of media coverage in order to engage the public and build up those attendance numbers. Now, David will talk a little bit about the plan for the future.
Right. Thank you. So understanding that there's a lot of interest among this board to discuss the future participation of the Water Authority and the Conservation Garden, the intent of, or the 2 goals really of today were simply, 1, to give you a snapshot of what we know right now, which we just heard, and then number 2, just to let you know that we're going to come back at a regularly scheduled meeting in July and have an open session item on the Water Conservation Garden so that all of the questions that the board has can be answered. We can have the most updated information, and then we will be calling the question as to whether this board wants to exercise its contractual right under the JPA to withdraw from the agreement. So I wanted to make sure you understood that that was the way things were going to unfold, and also, you know, try to answer any preliminary questions in terms of, you know, what's the garden doing right now. When we come back in July, we'll have a more robust presentation, and then we'll ask that question whether or not the Water Authority wants to continue to be a member. If it withdraws, we still have a funding obligation. We'll work on what that looks like more specifically. But that was the intent of the presentation for today.
All right, thanks, Mr. Edwards. We've got a couple hands up. Director Lyons.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask the Chair or the General Manager or whoever would want to respond, when this comes back to us in July with more detail, would we be able to look at it also in terms of how this serves a need for this board in meeting our goals for education and conservation? Because we do have a bigger picture vision that we're communicating with the public and we're educating, and conservation and efficiency has always been a part of that in the past. And I think the Water Garden serves a spot, or it has in the past, doing that. But I think could be, I would like to understand how it might still serve that position, or whether it does or it doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can do that, especially as we start to pivot in some of our conservation messaging. I think it goes without saying that the messaging that we were doing even 5 years ago has to change, but I still think that the garden can become a part of that, the educational campaign that we work on.
Great. That would help me make a more informed decision, so I appreciate it.
Thanks, Director Lyons. Director Medaffer.
Not a member of the committee, but my question to you, Mr. Edwards, so if the Water Authority, or somebody else could answer it, if the Water Authority were to vote to withdraw, which that'd be my personal position, just to say it, just given the issues we got going on, how much longer is our obligation financially, and how much would that be, if you're prepared to answer that today?
I can answer the second part, or the first part, the next fiscal year. Okay. So we withdraw. The amount, I think, hopefully we have a clearer picture of that by the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see any of the hands up. Excuse me?
Comment at your rep. I would say it's a little over 100,000. We're 20% of the contribution, and the budget's about 520,000, and it's down from $1 million. The Friends were contributing about 500,000, but they have now filed bankruptcy and they're out of the picture. And the JPA is running the garden, and Brian Only of Helix GM has done a great job of getting that totally organized, along with Mark Roback.
Okay, I don't see any other speakers up. I have a number of questions. And I'll withhold those till next month, so we have a little broader understanding of the presentation. Director Scalzetti, you just lowered your hand?
Yeah, I'll wait until you have your questions, but yeah, I'd like to just address any
I'm going to
of the questions.
I'm going to defer my questions. I had most of them answered in the pre-brief, but I'll share those with you at the board next month. But if you have some comments.
No, I'll be prepared to answer questions and give a report on who we're supposed to be in the future and how it would work with this board and other boards in our region.
Got it. Understood. I don't see any other hands up, so we are going to move on. There are no closed sessions scheduled, so we're going to adjourn the Water Planning and Environmental Committee.
Be moderating request to speak. To request to speak, please press the speaker button. If you're participating remotely, raise your hand. We will now move to our salute of the flag. Secretary Hilliker, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Secretary Hilliker. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Acosta.
Here.
Quorum. Here. Chair Katz is absent. Director Kennedy.
Here.
McMillan.
Yes.
Scalzetti.
Present.
Secretary Hilliker. Here. Director Yamani.
Here.
Leahy.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Director Croucher is absent. Director Smith.
Here.
Quaylen.
Here.
Director Simpson is absent. Heidemann.
Here.
Director Wiley is absent. Director Hurst.
Present.
Bays.
Here.
Abdullahi.
Here.
Bakowitz. Here. Fong Sakai. Macedo.
Present.
Medaffer.
Here.
Vice Chair Serrano.
Here.
Director Steiner. Here. Vespi.
Here.
Whitburn.
Here.
Lyons.
Here.
Hogan.
Here.
Castaneda.
Here.
Ellitharp.
Here.
Arant. Miller.
Here.
Ray. Supervisor Desmond is absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now move to public comment. We have 2 public speakers here in the boardroom. I would like to now call up Suzanne Till. Welcome.
Welcome. My name is Suzanne Till. I'm a director for Division 2, Padre Dam Municipal Water District, but today I am speaking as a private citizen of Santee. The San Diego County Water Authority's water supplies from the Carlsbad Desalination Plant and the water transfers from the Imperial Irrigation District are probably the most expensive developed water supplies in the state of California. And how has the local water market responded? Due to San Diego County Water Authority's overpriced water, customers are using less water, and local water districts, such as Padre Dam Municipal Water District, are making their own affordable water supplies. Subsequently, San Diego County Water Authority has priced itself out of the local water market. I say it is not the responsibility of the ratepayer to fix this substantial business practice failure. The most alarming business transaction is the take-or-pay contract with Poseidon for desalinated water. This contract guarantees profit for private investors located, I believe, we last checked, in Scotland. San Diego County Water Authority's proposed double-digit water rate hikes will provide more profit for Poseidon's investors at the expense of San Diego County ratepayers. Poseidon's take-or-pay contracts demonstrate how privatized water can breach the public trust of California's coastal and water resources. I am trained as a geographer. In economic geography, creative destruction describes the deliberate dismantling of established business processes, geographies, and institutions to make way for improved methods and geographies of economic production. I ask the Board of Directors to consider creative destruction as a viable alternative. Creative destruction allows the Board to dismantle San Diego County Water Authority's dated and unsustainable business practices. At the very least, nullify the imprudent take-or-pay contract with Poseidon. My message to the Board of Directors is, don't be afraid, don't be petrified. Welcome creative destruction. Welcome innovation and sustainability, and San Diego County's regional economy will survive. I want to make one quick comment. I couldn't make the meetings this morning because I work. But the $19.4 million grant for the Carlsbad intake pipe, I don't know where this is, but I would love to see the grant program and requirements, and also the San Diego County Water Authority grant application. I don't know where this information is posted, and we would like to get that information. I think it's very important for the public to see that grant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to now call up Wadad Doubleday. Did I get that right? So sorry.
Yeah, it's Doubleday. It's a weird spelling. Thank you so much for calling me up. I live in Hamul out in the back country. I'm on the school board there, but I'm coming here really to talk to you all representing people that need to keep water rates down. I was looking through it, and the USA Today and U.S. News and World Report actually stated that San Diego is the most expensive city in the United States to live in. Wow. While I welcome the wealth because it brings so much benefactors to our music and art and sports and contributions. There is a working class, of course, that we all know of that keeps the city running. Our firefighters, our hospitality workers, our teachers, everybody. And as I've gotten out from under my little bubble and started talking with more people, I realize there are people for which even a $10 or $20 increase per month could mean that paying their rent or being on the streets. I was invited here by a board member to kind of understand where the costs are coming from, and I really have to appreciate the work and the effort that you all are doing to try to keep the rates as low as possible. I had a career in public service, and I'm still serving schools. And so I understand that from the perspective of a board, we're all public servants. We all want to do the best that we can for our citizens.
Have 30 seconds
we've had
remaining.
An atmospheric river, we had a lot of rain, and so I'm hoping that perceived scarcity of water or decisions that may have been done in the past that seemed the correct things to do will not affect too much the people that we rely on to keep our city running. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers virtually?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. We have one speaker. Ms. Hales, you have 3 minutes to comment, and you may begin now.
Thank you so much for your time and allowing me to speak today. While I really just want to say I really appreciate the words from your two speakers there, Suzanne Till and Wadad Doubleday. I echo what they say. And so just allow me to add, briefly, my name again is Kim Hales, and I am a resident of Alpine. And the proposed rate hikes will be very harmful to those of us that live out here in the East County. We not only use water as the typical family resident would and a business would, but many of us also take care of livestock, things like horses, goats, all of these animals which require water to maintain life. And while some may think that owning these types of animals is a luxury, please realize that many of us do that in order to rescue these animals, give them a place to live out their lives, as well as serving as brush control for fire prevention, which is also becoming increasingly important, especially out in the East County. And so these enormous rate hikes will be catastrophic to the livelihoods of many of us in East County. So please reconsider these exorbitant rate hikes. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one other comment, public comment on the line. Mr. Knott, you have 3 minutes to make your comments, and you may begin now.
Is this the proper time to speak on the rate increase, or do I wait until the public hearing time?
Now is appropriate time. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. First off, I have to say that the board needs to link all rate increases to the CPI for Social Security and low-income individuals, because any of our increases are linked to the CPI. Secondly, we had a settlement from the MWD, and the MWD was given to all the different agencies of the San Diego County Water Authority. That settlement would have taken and covered any losses that we have been told about. Now we have a debt, we were told, in the billions of dollars. That debt is being held and basically taken care of now by land leases or the holdings of the entire agency, because we have valuable shorelines and prime real estate, and this could be taken by 50 years or 100 years with conditions and cover all that debt so that none of our low income or people who are seniors or disabled would be...
You have 30 seconds remaining. Please wrap up your comments.
I thank the board for any consideration, but we need to consider those least among us first. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no further requests to speak.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank all the members of the public for being here and providing your comments to the board. It's greatly appreciated. So thank you very much. Taking this a bit out of order, Madam Clerk, will you please report on any proxies?
Yes, we have 2 proxies today. Director Arndt is the proxy for Director Wiley, and Director Smith is the proxy for Director Croucher.
Thank you very much. Additions to the agenda. Do we have any additions to the agenda?
We have no additions.
Thank you. We will now move on to the approval of the minutes. We have the formal Board of Directors meeting minutes from May 23rd, 2024 before the board today. I will entertain a motion for approval of the minutes.
Second.
Watch this. Director Abdullahi moves, and seconds by Mr. Madaffer. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Acosta?
Yes.
Querim? Yes. Kennedy? Director Kennedy?
Yes.
Thank you. McMillan?
Yes.
Scalzetti?
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker?
Yes.
Director Yamani?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Abstain?
Heidemann?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Bays?
Yes.
Abdullahi?
Yes.
Buckowitz?
Yes.
Fongsakai?
Abstain since I was not at the meeting.
Macedo?
Yes.
Madaffer?
Yes.
Vice Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Director Steiner?
Yes.
Vespi?
Abstain because I was not present. Thank you.
Whitburn?
Yes.
Lyons?
Yes.
Hogan?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Elitharp?
Yes.
Arant? Miller?
Yes.
Ray? The minutes pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will move to presentations and public hearings. We have the recognition of the employee of the third quarter, Mr. James Adams, who is a system administration and support specialist. Let me get that right. I will turn it over to our general manager to present the award.
Thank you, Vice Chair Serrano. James, why don't you stand up and come on over? His supervisor, Jason Foster, is accompanying him, and Jason's going to say some words. But I just want to say thanks to James. James always comes into the building with a smile. He's one of the first persons you see when you have a problem. He tells me my computer can be fixed by actually just turning it on, and so that's always helpful. He's that kind of guy, very resourceful. He's a great addition to the team, and I'm happy to have you as part of our team, James. Jason, please. Go for it.
Whoa.
Take a seat.
Wow, this is great. So, anyway, I'm Jason Foster, I'm Director of Administrative Services. I'm very honored to have an opportunity to speak about James here with all of you today. James is a low-profile guy. He doesn't seek the spotlight, but I'm really glad that it found him in this instance and in being honored by his peers here at the Water Authority. James has been a rock star in our system support unit in information systems ever since he joined us in 2021. And working on the system support team, it's not always an easy gig. Like many things in admin services, there's a lot of stuff you do on a day-to-day basis, your planned work, and in his case, he helps new users. He does a lot of endpoint patching of our devices. He does a lot of other software updates and things like that. But then he also has we call it the Forrest Gump, life is like a box of chocolates aspect of his job. You never know what you're going to get on a day-to-day basis when it comes to troubleshooting problems that come over the help desk. We support a lot of different users that have a lot of different configurations of their machines and their software, so it's not always easy to pull a cookie-cutter fix and slap it on there. It takes some time and it's thought, and it requires some thought. And at this agency, when somebody's system is down or software isn't working right, that's never a good thing. There's always that urgency and that pressure to get them back up and running, because all the staff here is working really hard to support our member agencies, to support this board and support this community. And so when that happens, James gets right to it, and he's got really the technical skills to fix those problems right the first time. But I think what really has made him stand out with his coworkers is the way that he does it. Beyond the technical skill, James has a huge gift when it comes to connecting with people. When he works with you on your problems or fulfilling whatever your needs are, he does it with grace. He does it with humor. He does it in an easygoing manner, but he also does it in a way that makes you feel like he's fixing the most important problem in the world. He cares that much about doing that work and getting it right and getting it done fast. And despite all that pressure, he's unflappable. He's always got a smile on his face. The hippie in me says he has what I would call positive vibes. He just helps spread, like when he's around, people tend to smile more because he just brightens the room and he brightens the environment. And as much as the technical skills are important, those kinds of abilities as well are just incalculable but invaluable in supporting a strong workplace and a strong culture that we have here at the Water Authority. So it is my honor to announce James as the Employee of the Quarter.
James, do you want to offer a few words to the board? or
No,
anything?
no,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. I'll take it.
Under the draw.
Oh, okay.
Make it official. You're in the picture too, buddy.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Other duties as assigned?
Yep.
Okay.
Here, let's go.
All right. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thanks. All right. I will now move into the chair's report, and I want to celebrate another moment that reminds us why we are in public service. As most of you have probably seen, whether on social media or elsewhere, Calgary, Canada suffered a catastrophic water pipeline failure a few weeks ago that have left the city on emergency water rations. And when the pipes ruptured, fun fact, they reached out to Asset Management Program Manager Martin Coghill on the chance that we had the critical pieces of pipe needed to patch their system. I just want to say that we are very fortunate to have Martin as part of our Water Authority family, as he is well known in the asset management world because of his pioneering work to make sure our infrastructure continues to serve the people of San Diego County. So over a weekend, Martin and his daughter went to our Spring Valley storage yard to check. And sure enough, they found two 24-foot-long pipes that were the exact fit for Calgary. Martin also had the presence of mind to spray paint a message of hope on the pipe, as you will see in just a moment. That message went viral across Canada and has been viewed well over 1 million times on social media. Martin worked over the weekend with Systems Maintenance Supervisor Luke Holbrook and Assistant General Counsel Michael McDonald to get an agreement in place for an international transfer that has been covered by many of the major news outlets in Canada and a few here in San Diego as well. And so to Martin, Michael, the maintenance team, and everyone else who played a role in this, thank you for your dedication, not only to our infrastructure, but just the caring spirit to lend a hand to benefit the welfare of others. We greatly appreciate it. And so now I actually want to have us take a look at a short video that tells the story.
This is one of several pieces of pipe that we have in our yard that we store in the case of emergencies. And thankfully we're able to release 2 of these pipe sticks to the city of Calgary, who need it more than we do. Well, it's important understanding the pressures that the city of Calgary are under. Water supply to a city is a fundamental to the economy of a city.
A special thank you to the classy folks at the San Diego County Water Authority for putting those 2 lengths of pipe on a truck yesterday. Those last pipes could be here sooner than expected, meaning that the concurrent work on all 5 hotspots is well underway.
I can't express the sincere gratitude that this board has for Martin, Michael, the maintenance team, and everyone else who played a role in this. You all truly represent the very best of public service, and you have, I know, the city of Calgary's thanks and gratitude, the people of Canada's thanks and gratitude, I'm sure, but also this board of directors as well.
I see you hiding back there. You might as well stand up.
Oh, see, I just asked.
Martin. Thank you, Martin. Stay classy, Martin. Stay classy, Martin.
I wonder how the mayor of Calgary knew to call us classy. As luck would have it, a major international pipeline industry conference is in Calgary next month, and Martin has been invited to receive thanks in person from the mayor of Calgary. So we look forward to being able to see you do that. I have a request to speak from Director Arant.
I just might speculate that because we have such a good handle on the condition of our large pipelines, that we were able to ship two 24-foot sections of, I don't know, was it 72 or 96, Martin? 77-inch diameter pipe, which is not found in every pipe yard. So because we have a handle on what we're doing here, we were able to help out Calgary, and I'd love to know what happened up there sometime. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Arant. And again, Martin, thank you for all you do for our region. We greatly appreciate it. In other news, as I think members of this board know, we've received $19.4 million from the Department of the Interior for permanent upgrades to the seawater intake at the Carlsbad desalination plant. This is a major win, and I personally want to congratulate Dan and the entire team for their work. I also want to acknowledge Congressman Mike Levin, who played a key role to convince the Bureau that this project is eligible for funding after initially being denied. Pursuing grant funding aligns with the strategy that we have advanced collectively as a board, and we appreciate staff's responsiveness to give the board another tool to control rates. This award is in addition to projects that are currently being pursued through federal community project funding requests. A couple of these that I would list out. Congressman Juan Vargas submitted our Moosa Canyon pipeline project at $1.5 million. Senator Alex Padilla submitted our Emergency Operations Center at $1 million. And Senator LaFonza Butler also submitted the Emergency Operations Center at $1 million, as well as the Moosa Canyon pipeline project at $1.5 million. She also submitted our aqueduct communication system at $250,000 and Hodges Dam at $1 million. These projects will now go through the budget process, and so I want to thank our entire delegation that represents us for submitting their projects and for being responsive to the Water Authority. Finally, during the last state budget cycle, we were able to secure $500,000 for Lake Hodges Dam planning and geotechnical work. I mention this again because this allocation helps set the stage to receive future funding for Hodges Dam. I just want to pause and give big thanks to our Assistant General Manager and the Public Affairs team for all of their work on this, as well as our General Manager. Appreciate your leadership in advancing these projects, and so we look forward to some hopefully good news in the future. So thank you all very much. Oh, wow. I'm going to read this? Oh, okay. As a reminder, you all have received the board officer nomination forms that were sent by Kelly Walker at the beginning of June. Under the Administrative Code, board officers are nominated at the August board meeting, selected at the September board meeting, and will take office on October 1, 2024. Written nominations are due to Kelly no later than August 8, 2024. And if you need another copy of the nomination form, please see Kelly after the meeting. And on a final note, in the next week, you'll be receiving an evaluation form for the general manager's evaluation. The deadline to return the evaluation form is July 25th. July 25th, everybody. The general manager evaluation will be held in closed session at the August board meeting. All right. All that being said, we will now move on to the report of committee actions. Madam Clerk, will you please provide a report of actions taken today by each committee?
Okay. We have filed the Treasurer's report. They deferred items 9.2 and 9.3 to formal board. And they authorized the general manager to purchase $41 million in liability insurance fiscal year 25 from Cal Mutual J. Prima, the amount of $613,927, property insurance for fiscal year 25 from Swiss Reinsurance Company in the amount of $342,883, and workers' compensation insurance from Cal Mutual J. Prima in the amount of $362,813 for a total amount of $1,319,623. Imported Water Committee was deferred to July, and Water Planning and Environmental had no action. That concludes the reports.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As indicated, items 9.2 and 9.3 have. With that being said, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
I have a motion by Director Medaffer, a second by Director Scalzetti. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Costa.
Yes.
Quirum.
Yes.
Kennedy. Director Kennedy?
Yes, I'm here, sorry.
Thank you. McMillan?
Yes.
Scalzetti?
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker?
Yes.
Director Yamani?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Yes.
Heidemann?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Bays?
Yes.
Abdullahi?
Yes.
Buckowitz?
Yes.
Fong Sakai?
Aye.
Macedo?
Yes.
Medaffer?
Yes.
Vice Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Director Steiner?
Yes.
Vespi?
Yes.
Whitburn?
Yes.
Lyons?
Yes.
Hogan?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Ellitharp?
Yes.
Arant? Miller?
Yes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will move on to the action, discussion, information items. We have now several action items on today's agenda. Item 10.1 is to adopt a resolution to support the nomination of Joe McKenzie for the CSDA Board of Directors for the Southern Network Seat A. Tish, would you like to add any comments on this item?
I would. Thank you so much. This was originally agendized after receiving a request from a member agency general manager to place their board member on. Since then, we received information that there were other candidates for the seat, and we included those in the pickup package supplemental information provided to the board. So we are looking for direction from this board on who to fill the seat. As you can see, there are multiple individuals, so please designate which individual you'd like us to vote for.
Second, Medaffer.
I think you mean Scalzetti? You said McKenzie. Okay. So I have a motion by Director Scalzetti, a second by Director Medaffer. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Director Acosta?
Yes.
Quirm?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes. Sorry, mute button. Where are you?
McMillan? Scalzetti?
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker?
Yes.
Director Yamani?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Yes.
Heidemann?
Yes.
Hurst?
Abstain.
I'm sorry, Ms. Leahy. Leahy?
Also abstain.
Bays?
Yes.
Abdullahi?
Abstain.
Buckowitz?
Yes.
Fong Sakai?
Aye.
Macedo?
Yes.
Medaffer?
Yes.
Vice Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Director Steiner? Vespi? Whitburn?
Yes.
Lyons?
Yes.
Hogan?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Ellitharp?
Yes.
Arant? Miller?
Yes.
The resolution passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now move to the deferred items, the adoption of the Water Authority's rates and charges for calendar year 2025. I will now turn it over to the General Manager for some opening comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Serrano. Okay, so we're going to bring up Pierce. We have a presentation that was previously provided as part of the board packet. You all have that as part of your backup materials and for the administrative record on the rate hearing. So I just want to make sure that you do refer to that background. We have slimmed it down a little bit in the interest of time and anticipation of additional discussion on the matter. And as part of that new slide presentation, you're going to see an alternative for the 14% that was previously referenced in committee. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Pierce, and then I'll jump in about halfway through to talk about this new alternative. Pierce is going to give a little bit of the background. Go ahead, Pierce.
Afternoon, everyone. Not sure if you can. There we go. Can you see? Can everyone see me? Yes. Okay. So today's presentation, we've amended it just to make a quick work here of today's presentation. At the end of the presentation, what we hope to do is get the rates adopted, and so kind of walking through a quick story and timeline of how we got to the current and proposed rates. Next slide. We've heard this a couple times before, but it bears repeating that the 2 wet years and kind of 11 months into this fiscal year have left the Water Authority in a very precarious financial position. Our water sales, you can see from the top portion of that graphic, are 21% below where we thought we would be from a budget perspective. So where we should have had about $480 million in water sales, we have just $380 million of water sales. and that corresponds with a 20% reduction in our acre feet. That's okay if your revenues come in line with your expenses, but here our expenses only fell 9%, and that's because of how our revenues are highly volumetric, and volumes cover a pretty significant portion of the Water Authority's fixed costs. So bottom line, here we are with about a $50 million variance where we don't have that money available for reserves, for coverage, and for pay-go. Next slide, please. We've noted this before, and go ahead, click a couple times. Thank you, Dave. What we wanted to reference here is that the financial results, the situation that the Water Authority is in, is very clearly reflected in the negative outlook that was issued by S&P. The very first quote, they understand that the increasing business risk associated with the declines in water, and that our near-term financial metrics are weak relative to our peers. They understand that historically the Water Authority has relied on withdrawals from the Rate Stabilization Fund to provide rate relief, but that those draws have led to falling below board policy, and that they're no longer available to the same degree that they once were previously. On the good news, the board, as quoted here, the board's demonstrated its fiduciary responsibility to willingness and ability to increase service rates that promote cost recovery and revenue stability. Understanding that it's very critical here that we have cost recovery. We are not a for-profit agency, so what we're trying to do here is simply recover our costs, and we need rates to increase to reflect that cost recovery. We talked about the coverage factors in terms of our targeted 1.5 coverage. While we've hit that number in the past several years, fiscal 23, which is the last audited financial statements that the rating agencies are reviewing, they reflect that was a 1.2 times coverage given their calculation methodology. And at the end of it, they say we believe in management, that they're taking the important steps to mitigate the changing cost profile, including a proposed 18%. This was before the grant was awarded, so they acknowledged that that increase puts us on that roadmap to recovery, and that includes a replenishment of the Rate Stabilization Fund. Next slide. Again, the importance of our credit rating, the importance of understanding that as you increase financial risk, there is a significant cost associated with that. Just as you have a home mortgage or you buy a new car, the better your credit rating, the more important that the more often you go to the market, the better that credit rating better be for cost savings. With the Water Authority being in the market all the time, whether it's our commercial paper program, the planned refunding in 2025, the new money issued in 2026, there are many opportunities where this credit rating is significant and important, and as detailed in that table, reflects about $90 million over that timeline, and roughly 4% or $4 million per year. And when every dollar matters, a $95 million increase to our ratepayers for no additional increase in level of service is something we want to avoid. Next slide. That's the financial kind of picture and foundation as we move forward. It's important to understand that when we look towards the future, we have significant increases in our water supply cost, $35 million in increased costs on supply. When we have our budget discussions, we always have the conversation that the O&M, the operating department, is 7% of the total budget. That's about $67 million a year. So just the increase to our cost of water, most notably coming from Metropolitan, is more than 50% of our total operating budget. So that increase is where these costs are being driven from, and they're not looking to mitigate anytime soon. As was mentioned earlier this morning, that we see significant increases for Metropolitan through 2028. Next slide. Just because we're facing with a lot of challenges doesn't mean we don't do everything we can. Over the last 6 months, we've made significant strides to mitigate the proposed rates. While the board reviews this over a 6-month period, starting in more or less January, my team and I are always looking at rates back in the winter of 2023, understanding that we had falling demands, understanding that we had Hurricane Hilary in August that dumped a lot of rainfall in a month that typically we sell a lot of water. When we were looking at the internal analysis, we were seeing a 30% increase. It was right at this time when Dan was able to do his water deal. That was a little bit in arrears for water in November and December, and that saved us $20 million in costs and really gave us a little bit of breathing room to come into this calendar year rate setting cycle with a better idea of rates. Come on March, we introduced a 22% estimate that had the Metropolitan increases, the reflection that water sales continued to disappoint, the impacts of detachment and the fact that both Rainbow and Fallbrook were leaving earlier than had been anticipated, the financials that we needed to support, and understanding all of these financial challenges, we had initial operational streamlining in terms of understanding that this was going to be a difficult rate setting cycle and budget year. Fast forward again to April and May, we further refined the numbers. We presented a lot of different options to the finance planning work group and the board that really balanced lower rates that increased infrastructure risk and increased financial risk. But having that discussion, the board and finance planning work group defined alternative 9 as the preference to bring forward that balanced the financials of the organization, getting us 3 check marks, as we'll see later, but reducing the CIP from a low risk profile to a moderate risk profile. At that same time, turning over every stone, using every tool in the tool chest that we have. We reduced the desal production, so we had cost savings that we were able to reflect at that point in time. That's really just a one-time ability to do that, given all the different variables that we had. And then the discussion on budget cuts. Finally, here we are today in June with a 14 to 18% option. That's reflective of this, nearly $20 million grant that we've been awarded. We also thought outside the box, working with our member agencies, including the City of San Diego, to define how we can better provide affordability to the ratepayers. And so allowing a fixed prepayment that lowers how much each of the member agencies pay provides that opportunity for affordability to those low income or fixed income individuals. But at the same time, we also had a $7 million increase in the appropriation to the budget. So while, as we discussed earlier, that was a 1% rate pressure that is reflected in this final recommendation. Next slide. We've talked a lot about cost of service and that each and every year for the last several years, we've been doing cost of service. We have a very detailed analysis in terms of the cost of service, defining the revenue requirement, the functional allocation, and the water rates. All of this, One Click Dave, is reviewed by our third-party consultant. Last year, we had a second third-party review that also revalidated the process. So all costs are included in the cost of service model. All supply costs are included in the costs and the rates. It's just from a revenue requirement standpoint, it's split apart. So that was kind of the discussion that we had earlier. But all of the costs, all $600 million in costs and water supply, that whole budget pie is included in the cost of service analysis. One more click. We also have new rates in terms of our fixed cost recovery. We spent a lot of time, nearly 2 years, working with the member agency managers and their work group to figure out how to best collect our rates and charges. We understand, looking at the negative variance that we had with decreasing water sales, that increasing our fixed cost recovery, our fixed charges is important. And so this was a first step in terms of moving the needle, as has been said, towards a higher fixed cost recovery percentage. So you'll see all the alternatives that we have a transportation rate that is fixed for 40% of that revenue requirement. We hope to have more conversations with the rate group as soon as these rates are adopted. Next slide. So these were the alternatives that we developed. We spent a lot of time working with the group and the board to identify all of this. We started with 3 different rate adjustments: a 16%, a 20% adjustment, and a 22% adjustment. And you could see the give and take there of, if we spend more on CIP, if we decrease, do we hit the financial metrics, do we not? Alternatives 1 through 3 that had the lowest rate, the 16%, failed to achieve those key financial metrics. And with that, the associated risk of a downgrade. As you moved up and got to a larger increase, we were able to get more green check marks, but there was a balance in terms of low risk, moderate risk, or high risk CIP to achieve that. After conversations with the finance planning work group and the board, we had alternative 8 and then later alternative 9 that's in front of you today, that accelerated the debt issue from 2027 to 2026, allows us to maintain our cash a little bit better. And rather than a low risk CIP, reducing the infrastructure, so increasing the risk from low to moderate, we were able to go from the 19% down to the 18% increase that is in front of you prior to the grant application. So before I go to the next slide, I wanted to pass it over to Dan to talk about the new alternative.
Okay, so thank you, Pierce. Essentially, we're coming to you with an option to reduce the effective rate to a flat 14%, which is coming from the 15.4% that was part of the previous alternative. During A&F committee, I communicated to this group that I was not comfortable with a high-risk CIP or compromising our operations and maintenance or the resources needed to support the system. So for consideration of this board, what I have before you is an option that's largely based in additional financial risk to the Water Authority over operational risk. So this is going to include the risk of downgrades, I think, that we've talked about extensively in this boardroom, the increased cost of capital, potential increased cost of capital from a downgrade in the short and the long term. This will impact our 150 days of cash, failure to meet our RSF target, and quite candidly, costs that may stick with us for many years to come. In response to Director Smith's request, Pierce is going to show you the 3-year outlook, so this rate year and the next 2. I would just caveat that these are sort of rough numbers, I think, as we all reasonably can assume that you can't hit those today with pinpoint accuracy 3 years from now. The other thing that I alluded to in the committee meeting was demands. I am not going to be adjusting demands. Input that we received from the board, at least over the past 2 years, was that demands need a closer look, our demand projections. I just want you all to know that the margins that we're on here, between 7,500 and 10,000 acre feet, would get us the $9 million that we need. I can easily adjust demands to make this happen, but I think philosophically for us that's going the wrong way, and so we're holding firm because of that, and because, quite candidly, I believe there's a lot of local water in not our system, in our member agency system, that probably can and will be used as we head into the summer months. So increasing the sales projection is, I think, a step backwards in that regard. So bottom line, what we're doing is we are asking the board to approve a reduction of $30 an acre foot to the melded supply rate that would be in conformance with the existing cost of service report. So this is possible, and I think this was to Director Medaffer's question. This is possible because we are not taking a look at, my words, an arbitrary percentage to go off of. We are making a direct reduction to a rate category that is already contained in the cost of service report and tied to specifically the rate stabilization fund, which does not materially change and does not require us to issue an additional cost of service report associated with this $30 per acre foot rate reduction. I'll hand it back over to you, Pierce.
Great, thank you, Dan. So the numbers there, the details are kind of below that were on the screen. If we go to the next slide. So here was the recovery roadmap. We've presented this a couple different times. In April, when we first showed the first 8 alternatives and subsequently showed the updates for alternatives 9 and 10. So this would be the alternative 14, where we had previously said that the alternative 9 plus grant takes us as low as we can in terms of all the thresholds, all the metrics. It just barely, but it does achieve each of those objectives. When we spend an additional $9 million in rate revenue and we don't make future adjustments, we keep everything kind of status quo as we had for all the alternatives, this is the result. So we failed to meet the 150 days of cash. We're short by $9 million from the baseline CI, or from the baseline. And what's critical there is, as has been mentioned before, we look for cash for our cash flows. We're looking for rates to kind of stabilize and provide for a future water deal. So this is just going to make it, $9 million more difficult for us to work within those opportunities. Because we need more rate stabilization funds to balance that $30 decrease in the melted supply rate, we're no longer able to hit the rate stabilization fund metric within the 3 years, because again, we were just hitting that minimum point in alternative 9 plus grant. So this takes us below that target. And this runs kind of counter to what we heard in the S&P report in terms of using more reserves and going kind of the opposite direction from the roadmap that was on the table earlier this month. So that's the details there. You can see a 14% increase in CY25, a higher increase next year at 16.4%, and then kind of that moderate 5 to 6% increase in CY 2027. So that's kind of the consistent ending point in the scenarios as we have them today. Next slide. Here are the actual rates. So again, we're not recommending an effective increase. We're recommending the specific rates and charges. All of these are defined in the board memo. Now with the addition of the yellow column, which is the alternative 14% plus grant. What you can see here is between the original kind of orange color, the second column there, alternative 9, that was the original rate recommendation. The green column, once you apply the grant, you have the melted supply rate, the supply reliability charge, and the infrastructure access charge being reduced to reflect the benefits and the application of that one-time grant revenue. What we would do with alternative 14 would take that green column and simply on that top row where it says melted supply rate, we would drop it from $13.85 an acre foot to $13.55 an acre foot. So that $30 an acre foot benefit over 300,000 acre feet is that $9 million impact to our financials. Next slide. In addition to the rates and charges, the board also has a recommendation to approve the general manager, or authorize the general manager to implement the upfront payment program. This is what we referred to as the ability for each of the member agencies to opt in and potentially lower their fixed charges to the water authority by up to 6%. That benefit could then be directly applied to your ratepayers who are low income, fixed income, as that is typically, from what we've heard, the hardest thing for those individuals to afford. They can't roll off the fixed charges. It's designed to be revenue neutral, so there's no inequities here. Everything is based on our discussions with our financial investment groups. And it allows us to, if we need to collect $100, it allows us to collect not $100 from the ratepayer, but now $94 from the ratepayer and 6% from the bank. So we feel like this is a good program that provides the water authority immediate and upfront liquidity, so we can do more water deals, and then it provides a benefit to you and to your ratepayers should you be able to do it. It's open to everyone, and there's 3 different options to maximize participation, and there's a draft agreement there in the board packet. Next slide. So today's action, what we're looking for is based on the recommendation from the City of San Diego, it would be to adopt ordinance number 2024 with the alternative 14% with grant rates and charges for the delivery and the supply of water, use of facilities, and provision of services. Adopt resolution 2024 continuing the standby availability charge. Adopt ordinance 2024 amending and restating the system capacity and water treatment capacity charges. Find the actions exempt from CEQA and authorize the general manager to file a notice of exemption. And then we have the 2 non-typical ones. Item E would be authorize the general manager to implement the Water Authority one-time prepayment of future fixed charges pilot program. Quite a mouthful, but that would be a program for all the member agencies. And then finally, direct the general manager and staff to return with an update of any material potential rate savings that can be applied prior to the start of the calendar year. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I will now go to discussion of the items in front of us. I'll go to Director Castaneda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the staff for that quick work in terms of trying to fit all that into a nice, tidy box. You've done quite a job. The one question I had was for the upfront payment. We're in a little bit of a timing situation where I think everybody can appreciate. Our board voted in concept last night to go ahead and pay the upfront, but we have to cut a check before July 1st, which is Monday. Not knowing what was going to happen with this specific program, it was difficult. If we did not get board authorization to cut the check based on these terms, I think we can. And what I would ask the board to consider is that we toll both the July 1st to August and the August to September in order to allow our board to basically meet and authorize our general manager to cut the check, because right now there is no authorization to do that. And again, we're very supportive of participating. So that's a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Castaneda. We are working individually with each member agency, and the dates within July are flexible, so I'll be happy to work with General Manager Darrell.
Great, thank you. I'll go to Director Vespi.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve all of the sub-items listed on the screen. And I'd like to add 2 additional requirements to go along with item A that's on the screen. And those are a request for the general manager to return to the September 2024 and November 2024 Admin and Finance Committee meeting with an update of actual calendar year 2024 year-to-date water sales, updated calendar year 2025 projected water sales, and any other material potential rate savings that can be applied prior to January 1, 2025, implementation of an effective rate of up to 14%. And then also, second item return to the Admin and Finance Committee with a detailed explanation of it, the actions taken by the general manager to adjust expenditures within the revenue increase, equating to an effective rate increase of up to 14%, and present an amended FY25 budget for the board's adoption if necessary.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
So I have a motion from Director Vespi, a second from Director Castaneda. Madam Clerk, you good? He's at a lot. Oh, no, we're definitely not. No. Thank you, Director Vespi. Again, a motion by Director Vespi, a second, which has been seconded by Director Castaneda. Director Hurst.
Yeah, I've got a question on item E here. If we had a lot of our member agencies agree to prepay the fixed costs, what would be the effect of that? Would that allow us to get the money that we need to preserve our debt coverage ratios?
I think the margin that you're talking about is very close in comparison-wise. Pierce, isn't the if all agencies participated, isn't it just under a 2% reduction?
Yeah, it's roughly a 1.5% decrease to the average member agency that participates. So it would be a 1.5% savings, again, depending on your specific circumstances.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out that really, while 4 or 6% doesn't sound like such an impressive number, in reality, when you do an apples-to-apples comparison, that's really an 8% interest rate that we're paying for the money, because you're not prepaying 18 months, you're on average prepaying 9 months, or in the case of 1 year, 4%, you're prepaying an average of 6 months. So that's an effective interest rate of 8%. Compares, of course, very favorably with money markets, camp, LAIF, or whatever cash investments member agencies might have. So I think that we should be very aggressive in pointing that out to member agencies. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Hurst. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the feedback that we've received on this program is that some agencies have the ability to participate, some can't do it quite yet. But I'm hearing loud and clear that if we do develop a permanent program, offering up information and providing information on that sooner rather than later might increase enrollment. So post this rate setting cycle, that's what we'll be looking into, and we should have an update as to whether or not this is something that we want to continue as part of our annual rate and charge process.
Great, thank you. Director Lyons.
Thank you. As far as item E, I'd like just to make a statement, make sure I'm understanding correctly. If the San Diego Water District Board does decide to participate, I do know that they would need a lot of flexibility in timing of when they could participate. And I just want to make sure, I think I've heard that that's available. If there's more you can offer on that as far as what the window of participation should be or would be expected to be, I think that'd be additional information and be valuable right now.
Absolutely, and we'll work directly with your general manager on those terms.
Thank you. Director Medaffer.
So if you could go back a couple of slides, I have a question for Pierce. Yeah, one more. One more before this one. So with this 14% rate, Mr. Denham, is it my understanding then that those red X's still apply?
That's correct. That's the trade-off that I was alluding to in terms of those three red X's create the financial risk as opposed to the risk to our regional system and our operations and maintenance of the system. And that's why the CIP risk and annual investment remains at the moderate risk level.
So just a follow-up to that, maybe Pierce or you, Dan, could answer it. If every member agency or most member agencies participated in this program to where it's a 1.4% effective rate, will that change those red X's to green?
The answer to that is no.
Ouch. Thank you.
Director Vespy.
I just want to clarify in the motion up to 14%. I think that's part and parcel of part of F, sub part of the motion F, in coming back with any potential rate savings that can be applied prior to January 125. But I just want to be clear, up to 14%. The other thing I'd like to state is the city does intend to participate in the prepayment option, which should provide a pretty significant inflow of cash for the Water Authority. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I will say I have at least 2 more speakers in the queue, and then I'm going to give us a 5-minute recess so that staff can put together the slide which will show the requested action as moved by Director Vespy and seconded by Director Castaneda. I will move to Director Whitber.
Thank you, Chair. We asked San Diegans to conserve water, and they did their part. One consequence is that the Water Authority sells less water now and makes less money, but the solution can't be to punish San Diegans who saved water by charging them more. That is completely unfair to them. I cannot support these higher rates, and I will vote no.
Thank you. Director Smith.
So at our agency, Otay Water District, we did the same thing. We reviewed whether we would participate in the prepayment program, and so we have the funds available, so we want to contribute to the solution. And so when the time comes, we're prepared to implement that. On the one slide that talked about the rating downgrade, I wanted to understand better. So we got the rating downgrade. I think it might be slide 5. It says it could raise debt costs. Well, it might be a different slide because you guys changed the slides. By $95 million. And so it would result in an immediate 1% rate increase. So where does that rate increase occur? 25, 26? Where is that put into the system?
We would see that during our next rate cycle consideration, and until that time, we would need to be using reserves if we were to see an increase in any of our expenses.
So it's not in there yet. And so then, could you go back to one of the new slides that listed? Yeah, that one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullets down, it talks about a future rate downgrade with a $3 million per year impact. And again, this is ongoing, and that isn't included in any rate increase either. So that we would see that hit during 2026.
We would see that in the future depending on when and if a downgrade occurs.
Yeah. And then just lastly, I need to understand my fiduciary duty. And so, this occurred during detachment, and I voted no because I felt like my fiduciary duty was to protect the interests of the ratepayers, and that was one of the things that raised our rate increase by 4%. So I need to understand my fiduciary duty before I vote. Is there, because I want to know, so this is staff's bringing this back, but we're the ones that are voting on it. And what is the impact to me as a board member? And I don't know, looking at legal counsel.
I'll turn to our general counsel.
The proposal for the rate increase has a full disclosure of the expected impacts, which I guess at the end of the day is an increase in borrowing costs, which over the course of time will increase the rate. There is no indication that we would fall short of bond covenants, our ability to pay. This is simply an additive cost that, as was discussed earlier, is in conformity with cost of service. So just as you may vote for a higher rate, your casting of a vote here is consistent with the cost of service study and has which was the reason we took the recess earlier, has been analyzed by staff to identify what those impacts are. So beyond that, it's the will of you as a member of your agency to determine whether these are impacts you're willing to live with.
Yeah, so thank you for defining those protections, I guess I would call, for the board members to vote on this. And then just confirming again your statement about that we can do this today. There was a very quick sentence. Could you repeat that about how it was already in the cost of service? It only changes one element.
Yeah, I suppose one way that I could characterize it is that this change was more surgical than it was broad. A broad change would have potentially impacted a lot of different rate categories and a lot of different components of the cost of service report, which would constitute a material change to the report itself. What we are in fact doing is reducing the melded supply rate by $30 an acre foot, which would come directly from the rate stabilization fund. So that is the non-material change that allows us to do this today.
Okay, so with those responses, I believe that I can support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Smith. Director Heidemann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've put our general manager in a very, very difficult position. To me, it's, there are trade-offs where for operational considerations at the expense of, our financial metrics, and for the difference of 1.5%, to me, it's hard for me to get there. So, we're at where we're at based on all the decisions we've made and our prior boards have made. They're very uncomfortable. We owe a lot of money, but I think that this type of decision will have repercussions. If you go back to the slide number 9, the very first point on there is significant risk, significant financial risk. And to me, that's difficult to swallow. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Director Leahy.
Thank you. I did have a question. Oh, I'm glad we went back to, nope, sorry, can we go back to the last slide? Thank you. So the rate stabilization is a policy level that the board decided on, is that correct? Thank you. So that is, I look at something, if it's called a rate stabilization fund, it is there for us to be able to use to stabilize rates. So I would consider, and I understand that the cash in there is used also to meet our 150-day policy, but I would, maybe that's something that we look into the future about potentially moving that money into something else and recategorizing it, because if it's in a fund called rate stabilization fund, I think it should be able to be used to stabilize rates, and we shouldn't be concerned about keeping a minimum or maximum number in there. If there's $78 or $75 million in there, that should be something that we should be able to tap into. Again, I understand in the current scenario and how it's set up, that $75 million counts towards 150 day policy, but I think that should be something that we're not really considering and only looking at the meets 150-day policy and supports the AA+ or whatever credit rating we're aiming for in the future. And if the money is there, it should be something that we should be able to use to stabilize rates. Something to consider in the future.
Thank you. Director Hurst.
Thank you. To me, this is really a pretty simple problem. We're talking about saving $9 million of expenses this year. And to do that, we're looking at spending almost certainly an additional $4 million a year for the next at least 5 years, because it takes a long time to get your credit rating back. That to me is not a very good trade-off. Thank you.
Director Quirin.
I was just curious. You said that this was a surgical rather than a broad way of doing it so it could stay within the cost of service study. If you had more time, could you look at that broader look at how to do this, and would in fact that broader look, could it possibly be cutting costs differently so that maybe our financial situation was not affected quite so much.
I mean, I think the short answer is yes. I would piggyback on the comments that I made earlier about the idea of wanting and needing direction, because I can take little bits from all over the place, but I don't know that that's the right approach to this, because, as I mentioned, the areas that I think that we need to hold the line on is our infrastructure. We just had a presentation about the pipe breaks in Calgary. We see that we are not in a deferred maintenance mode as this agency. I believe that we manage our assets well, and I don't want to fall behind to a point that's unrecoverable if we develop a future CIP that does not allow us to do and be what we've been known for, which is maintain a regional system. So if it was up to me, if it's the direction of, if it's on the general manager, that's not an area that I would go to. So it would default back to the financial metrics in my mind.
Follow-up to that would be, if Director Vespy's changes to the motion were accepted, would you have the opportunity to look at things differently over the next months, and by September, October have?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have no other speakers. Oh, we do? Oh, okay. Sorry, Tom. Director Kennedy.
Thank you, Vice Chair Serrano. I just have a couple comments on this, and I made something this morning, but I wanted to reiterate it. What I see here is another step down the road of, well, let's just get something done, because we got to get something done without looking at the big picture. And I think as both I and Director Steiner mentioned this morning, we have a structural issue with the balance of supply and the cost of supply and our demands. And if the original maker of the motion might offer an amendment to ask to add a provision to have the general manager and general counsel come back to this board later this year, and perhaps in closed session, to talk about our options with regard to those contracts and what we can and can't do in order to mitigate them. Because absent doing that, I think we're going to find ourselves in this exact same position, just it's going to be worse. The forecast that we saw of the next 2 years, where it showed, I think it was I forget the numbers were, the slide before this, I think, 14 and 6. We've seen those slides before, where we see it's going to be, it's only going to be 3% next year, but then it's 8, and then it's 12. And so I think that we need to get a grasp on the whole thing. I think that another aspect of this that we ought to really start looking at, and I've had discussions with the general counsel and other people about it, and there may be some legal impediments, is we need to find a different way for the Water Authority to fund its operations and the maintenance of the regional infrastructure. Passing it through the retail member agency coffers is causing a lot of problems, as Director Whitburn and others have said, that a vast majority of the member agency's costs are Water Authority costs, and we'd much rather, since those are fixed costs related to the infrastructure, find a different way to collect it through the tax roll, not as a tax, but as a fee or a charge, but a way that doesn't push it through the member agencies where it's hitting people's water bills. And so I think that I'm not sure if Director Vespy is open to a modification of his motion or not, but I think that we really need to focus on not just this year, but the next 10 years, because I do believe, and take my prediction again, we're going to lose another 100,000 acre feet of sales over the next 10 years. Thank you.
I'll accept that amendment.
Me as well.
So if I may, I'd like to ask the General Counsel, Director Kennedy, with your reference to coming back into closed session on the contracts, I think we've got to tie that back to potential litigation, existing litigation, or real property matter. So
sure,
if we can make that loose tie, then I see it as fine, but I would like to have David's opinion.
Consideration of contracts, as we've all experienced together, are generally open session items for discussion.
I'm happy with open session, but I must say the previous general counsel would put everything in closed session, so maybe I'm just familiar with that method.
For staff's benefit, may we please have a repeat of the addition to the motion, and whether the seconder to the motion accepted as well?
I'll just repeat what I said, is that we'd like to have, by September or maybe October, general manager and or general counsel come back and give a report to this board on our options with regard to our fixed take-or-pay contracts, on what the authority's options are to reduce our deliveries from those within the legal constraints of those particular contracts. And I've read them, and there aren't a lot of good ones, and they may require litigation to get out of them. But that's a whole other story, and I'll leave that to the General Counsel.
I would just ask that we pick a month instead of September or October.
I was going to say October would be good.
Okay.
July.
Just
joking.
July 1st.
Yeah, that's right.
Sounds good. Message received. Director Kennedy, Director Steiner.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I would ask Director Kennedy to reconsider that. I believe that direction, that requirement has to happen regardless of this motion, and that there isn't a reason to put something confusing in this motion as to when and what. We must look at those contracts and everything else in trying to figure out how to move forward as this organization. And so I don't think that should be tied just to this motion. I think that's something that has to be addressed, period. And putting it in the motion and figuring out a timeline, I think just makes it a little more burdensome for everyone to figure out what they're talking about.
I would have to leave it to the maker of the motion. I just suggested they make the change. What I do find interesting, though, is if the city of San Diego objects to somebody else making a change to a motion and a policy recommendation from staff, and then when I do it, it's a problem. So
You're taking things personally from someone who didn't do that.
I got you, Fern. I got you. But I think it's important, and it's important enough to make it a requirement to do. I know the city did that a few years ago when the long-range financing plan was done, to add in provisions to have things come back, and so I'm not sure why this is any different.
Okay. Director Kennedy, would you be open to just having that be provided direction to staff rather than including as part of the motion or as part of the amendment?
Sure.
Heck of a guy. Thank you very much. Okay, so then I have online Director Miller.
Yeah, on this, I agree with Director Heidemann. I could support this motion as if the alternative was at 15.4%, and then we came back and tried to work down for that number. I just don't like all those red X's on the budget, and so I won't support this motion with the 14% alternative. Thank you.
Director Macedo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have I think, a quick question. So, Alternative 9 was different from Alternative 8 in the sense that we were going to focus on our financial metrics, which I think is still the policy of this Alternative 14 with the moderate risk CIP. And so with all those X's, I think it's the 3 years that we're looking at where we're not going to reach our financial metrics. It seems like we're $9 million behind with Alternative 14. Do we reach those metrics in year 4, or what does that look like?
Pierce, have you analyzed that at all yet, year 4?
So without additional increases beyond the 3-year roadmap that we've identified, we would not hit those metrics in year 4. So the rate stabilization fund continues to underperform, and just given that roadmap of not hitting the metrics and keeping them below policy, it wouldn't achieve the AA plus.
Okay, thank you.
Director Madaffer.
Can you go back to that slide with the red X's? So I know my colleagues on the City 10 may not appreciate me saying this, but with those red X's not going away, I'm going to be like Mr. Whitburn. I cannot support this action today. I just cannot see this agency putting our infrastructure at risk. This action today puts us at risk, not only from an infrastructure standpoint, but even worse, even if it's a 95 million, you spread it out, you divide it by the math, and it's a $3.5 million hit on a rate change, that's still $3.5 million we're going to have to make up somewhere else. That's another 0.5% to a full percent. I really don't like going against, where the city wants to move, but I just think it's irresponsible. I'm happy at 15.4. Thank you.
Director Myers.
Thank you. I'm also concerned about those red X's. I am also a little concerned that maybe we're a little bit rushed here, and it kills me because I think a lot of you heard me last month about needing to move on this. But the comment that the general manager made about if the general manager had more time and more opportunity to get more input as to what the priorities were of the board, maybe we could avoid some of the red that we see up on that chart. I think I'm more inclined to go back to the idea of the approval of the pass-through today and give us this 30-day window to look at these other things to see what else we can work out, because what we're looking at now is a concern on my part. So that's my general comment, and I guess I would ask the general manager if maybe for a little more clarity as to his comment about more time and what it might be able to offer us. Thank you.
So I guess time is always going to be on your side, right? I think that there are opportunities for us to look at other areas. I can certainly do that. If we're talking about delaying in general, I think I mentioned this earlier in committee. There are a couple immediate things that take place. There's the MET pass-through we will begin incurring costs for. This is the fixed charge. There is the collective bargaining agreement, right, that we have with Teamsters. That will go into effect July 1. And then there are other components of the mid-year budget that we need to cover. So really what it comes down to is how long is this delay? Is it a month? Is it 45 days? Whatever the number is, those are the costs that we will be floating as an agency in anticipation of some rate increase down the line.
Just for clarity, my comment was if we pass through are we able to, and if we went with, I think, what had been floated earlier, the idea of approving the pass-through numbers to get you past that wall, does that help today?
David Edwards is going to respond to that.
The motion, so we have three rates that are being considered today. There's the rates and charges, there's the standby charge, and then there's the treatment capacity charge. Those second two, we're going to have a vote on today at some point, because that's not the subject of what we're talking about here. The standby charge is a water authority parcel charge. It doesn't change. We re-implement it every year, and there's similar underpinnings on the treatment charge. The 91B or whatever the number is what we're all discussing. So if there was an action taken specifically tailored to identify the metropolitan pass-through and the mid-year budget requirements, and we amended the standby resolution to also authorize another public hearing at, let's say, the July board meeting for the purpose of continuing to finalize rates and charges, because they don't go into effect until next calendar year. We still have time. We could theoretically do this whole thing in a month. So there's no reason we can't take a piece, so long it is sufficiently defined as to what it's being passed for, and an acknowledgement that there's another step yet to be taken, and couple that with the resolution on the standby charge to also set another public hearing we could bifurcate this process.
Director Leahy.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on Director Macedo's question. So, Pierce, you said that year 4, we wouldn't meet the RSF minimums on policy, but would we meet our obligation for our rating, meaning like the 150 days cash and the other policies? Okay. Thank you.
So as detailed on the slide 10, of course, kind of using these numbers out in the future, we would be right at about 150 days, some point towards the tail end of FY 28, 29. So we're kind of right at that 150 days at that point in time. So, I think that doesn't meet the metrics of how we currently define them in terms of kind of the 3-year roadmap, and it's not supportive of that. It's too far out into the future in terms of that, but we're pretty close on that one metric. But all of these have to be viewed in tandem as they're intertwined.
And then, one more follow-up. Are there other metrics as part of the AA plus other than the 150 days of cash that aren't being met? Or is it just the 150 days of cash?
It's the 150 days of cash, and then also just not meeting the target for the RSF. But then also, there's other metrics that are outside of just financial metrics, like the ability of the board to consistently raise rates to meet the obligations. That won't be met.
Okay.
So there's other non-financial criteria that the rating agencies have looked at, and that, like credibility, those kind of things. So there's a number of hosts of things that we're not hitting those targets.
Okay, understood. I think where I'm kind of processing here is those 3 X's are almost a little bit overlapped, Venn diagram-esque, or a little bit redundant, meaning if we're not hitting the 150 days of cash on hand, we're also not hitting the RSF and the AA plus. So really what we need to be focusing on is the 1 red X, maybe not the 3 red X's, because if the RSF isn't hitting its minimum policy, we're not going to be at the 150 days of cash on hand, which means we're also not going to be at the AA plus. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. 1 red X, not 3.
Director Vespi.
However you want to look at it.
I'd like to ask if we could maybe take a recess to allow staff to put the amended motion up on the screen.
We have the amended motion ready. If that's a call for the question, that's the chair's prerogative.
So wait, I thought I heard, did I hear a second? Oh, no, sorry. I meant for Director Vespi requested a recess. I was asking if there was a second for that. Okay. Director Buckowitz and Hurst. Okay, well, so I have a motion by Director Vespi to request a recess, seconded by Director Hurst. Director Vespi, 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Sorry, that's a
roll call.
Call the roll. Madam Clerk, please.
Director Acosta? Yes. Quirem? Yes. Kennedy?
Yes.
McMillan? Scalzetti?
Sure.
Secretary Hilliker? Director Yamani? Yes. Myers? Director Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Quaylen? Director Quaylen?
Yes.
Heidemann?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Bays?
Yes.
Abdullahi? Buckowitz? Yes. Fong Sakai?
Aye.
Macedo?
Yes.
Medaffer? Vice Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Director Steiner?
Yes.
Vespi?
Yes.
Whitburn?
On the motion to recess, yes.
Lyons?
Yes.
Hogan?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Elitharp?
Yes.
Arant? Miller?
Yes.
Passes. Motion passes to recess.
Great, thank you. We'll reconvene at 3:05. Yeah, sorry, we got it. All right, thank you all very much. We will reconvene the San Diego County Water Authority Board of Directors. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Kennedy.
Here.
McMillan. Yes. Scolzetti.
Here.
Secretary Hilliker. Director Yanni. Here. Leahy. Here. Myers. Here. Smith.
Here.
Quaylen. Here. Heidemann.
Here.
Hurst.
Present.
Bays.
Here.
Abdullahi. Present. Buckowitz.
Present.
Fong Sakai. Macedo.
Present.
Medaffer.
Here.
Vice Chair Serrano.
Here.
Director Steiner. Here. Vespi.
Here.
Whitburn.
Here.
Lyons. Here. Hogan.
Here.
Castaneda.
Here.
Elitharp.
Here.
Arant. Miller.
Here.
Director Ray is absent. We have a quorum of the board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll turn it over to Director Steiner.
Thank you for recognizing my light was on at the time we did the break. So I finally heard the answer to the question that started the recess before about being able to separate out the Met pass-through as we finish out what we're doing here. And I know that we have a motion pending, and I'm going to ask the maker of that motion and the second if they would withdraw their motion or amend it to be as follows, that we right now vote on the pass-through of 4% for the Metropolitan Water District, and that be approved, that we adopt resolution number 2024, whatever it'll be, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the San Diego County Water Authority continuing the standby availability charge, but also add to that we make a notice, include a notice of a public hearing for our next meeting to address the final part of our budgeting rates, that we adopt the ordinance amending and restating the system capacity and water treatment capacity charges imposed by the Water Authority pursuant to Section 5.9 of the County Water Authority, that we find the actions exempt from CEQA pursuant to the Public Resources Code, Section 21080B8, and authorize the general manager to file a notice of exemption. Authorize the general manager to implement the Water Authority's one-time prepayment of future fixed charges pilot program and offer the program to all member agencies. Not part of the motion, you should all consider it. Direct the general manager and staff to return with an update of any material potential rate savings that can be applied prior to the January 1, 2025 implementation. Return to the September 24 and November 2024 meeting with actual update of the costs, year-to-date water sales, updated projected water sales, and any other material potential rate savings that can be applied prior to the January 1, 2025 implementation of an effective rate increase that we will be determining at the next meeting, and return to the Administration and Finance Committee with a detailed explanation of actions taken by the general manager to adjust expenditures within the revenue increase, equating to whatever the rate increase is that we do put into effect next month, and present an amended FY 2025 budget for the board's adoption if necessary. Will the maker and the second accept that change to their motion?
I think it would be
Or withdraw
cleaner
their
for the-
motion and let
Right.
that be the motion?
Yeah.
Is that what you were going to say?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll
Read my
withdraw the motion.
The second?
So just to clarify, because the city of San Diego is a good neighbor and heard the comments of the room, they are willing to allow for more time for this conversation to occur by postponing to next month and passing through the Met charge. I will turn it over to the general manager for some comments and clarification.
Director Steiner, I fully understand the motion. I would ask for your consideration instead of the pass-through of the 4%, the 4% is a number that is not, how do I want to say this? What we need to pass through is the revenue requirement necessary to pass through the MET rates, because there's no specific rate that we are approving in saying 4%. And so there's nothing for the board to approve with just 4%. We need to tie it to the actual revenue requirement pass through.
I accept that.
Thank you.
But I have a second.
Seconded. So there's been a motion by Director Steiner, seconded by Director Abdullahi. I will go to Director Scalzetti.
Sorry, I had my speaker button on with our previous, before our recess.
It's always great to hear from you, Director Scalzetti. Director Hurst.
Thank you. I didn't hear any explanation there. Maybe I overlooked it. What are you going to do about, or when are we going to address the QSA pass-throughs, the desal costs, other than the supply costs other than MET costs? I didn't hear any timing on that.
Director
My
Steiner.
viewpoint, Director Hurst, that is something we have to do each and every meeting that this board's going to have until we figure it out.
And I believe the purpose is the MET pass-through is effective July 1. Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I heard it correct over here, so that's why I was saying. Director Myers.
Just along the same question, I thought that there was the MOU that needed to be passed through. Does this motion include those, or is this something that, in fact, can be deferred just on the assumption that it's going to happen at some point?
I understand that we have a collective bargaining agreement and that that's something we are already obliged to do.
No, I understand we're obliged to do it, but my understanding from comments earlier today was that it would be prudent for that to be part of the pass-through that we vote on now, or is that in fact not necessary?
Without a rate increase specifically for that item or that would cover that item, we don't have specified revenues. However, we would be then using reserves in order to honor our MOU with the Teamsters.
All right. Thank you.
Always take care of Teamsters.
Director Medaffer.
So as I understand this, pass-through will at least keep that part rolling. But my concern is this. When we come back at the July meeting, whatever happens between now and then, I want to see 3 green check marks. I don't want this agency to be at risk. And, we could, we started at 22%. We could have done today at 15.4%, and we would have been okay. 14%, that wasn't much of a difference, really, to ratepayers, but it's the difference of the impacts we might feel as a result of a credit downgrade or as a result of other problems. And I think that would have made that little 1.4 differential meaningless. It probably ends up being like 3 or 4% up because we were penny wise and pound foolish. What I don't want to see happen is we come back in July for the same discussion we've just had today, and all we're doing is kicking the can down the road to next year's rate increase. So instead of a 12% rate increase, you're going to be seeing an 18% rate increase. So I just think that we all need to be mindful that electricity rates aren't going down, folks. Commodity prices aren't going down. Inflation's real. And, we unfortunately have to pay a lot of electricity to pump water and to purify that water. So I just hope that whatever comes back and whatever's happening between now and the July meeting, we have an opportunity to be realistic so we see 3 green check boxes. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I originally had my hand up on a question about the downgrade and how we've been talking about the downgrade, because as I read everything, and so this would be part of what I think we'd have to look at to confirm that we're going to have red X's, is that we were sitting at Standard & Poor with a AAA. We had a double A, I think, from Fitch, and I don't remember what the other one was, but in any case, it was several steps down to get to A. And I didn't understand how we went immediately to be a downgrade from AAA to A. I just didn't get that when we're talking about having a single step of downgrade. So when we come back, maybe a better explanation about what that downgrade, if it happened, and I think everybody's got to be concerned about that everywhere, but explaining how we do that, how we end up 4 steps down, 3 steps down, and 2 steps down, instead of just 1 step down. So I would ask that that be addressed.
Director Steiner, if I can just help address a little bit of it and we can come back with more. The issue is that we have a split rating. S&P is AAA, Fitch and Moody's are AA. Now, we just got affirmed our rating by Fitch almost 3 months ago, and we were very close to a downgrade. And so S&P is just the beginning. The other two will start taking a much harder look because we are already at the bare minimum of all the criteria. So once one rating agency drops from AAA to AA, it could very well be that Fitch and Moody's might take us to a single A. And so the whole discussion point is all about risk. At the end of the day, do we really know what's going to happen? No, we don't. But we certainly know today that we went from stable to negative based on the current actions. So there will be a domino effect of the risk. And it's critical among the staff to at least share with you there are certain risks that you're going to be undertaking, and you have to be willing to live with those risks.
No, and I agree with what you just said, that that's exactly what everyone in this room has to look at. But in order to do that, we've got to understand when we look at something that suddenly everybody's A, how that happened, and it didn't make sense.
Okay, yes, we're on target for AAA to AA, and when Fitch and Moody's, when they come back and look at our metrics, we're at risk for a AA to a single A.
Thank you.
Director Kennedy.
Chairman.
Thank you. The whole process here of, and it's more difficult when you're remote, obviously, of having these discussions and then multiple caucuses and then having it come back with a wholly different motion is a problem for me. I don't think I can support that. I support lower rates, but I don't like the process we're going through here. I think that we need to, and I understand it is the City of San Diego Water Authority, and we all have to deal with that, but it's a little difficult to take when we have this whiplash of motions and then motions being changed on the fly. So I support the concepts that are being described, but I can't support this motion just because of the process we're going through. So hopefully in July we can come through and not have this thing changed 3 or 4 times materially during the meeting. Thank you.
Director Leahy.
Thank you. I had maybe more of a comment on the MOU negotiations for the Teamsters in the future, and it kind of aligns with the comment I made earlier about a potential 2-year rate increase. I'd like to see something like that happen concurrently and or before the agreement negotiated and approved by the board, before we go into a rate setting process, so we're not in a similar situation where we're required to increase rates in order to afford the agreement that we already agreed to in a previous meeting. I believe I'm trying to pull up the old board packets to see when we did that, and it looks like it was maybe May of last year. So I'm not sure how that wasn't included in our revenue requirements for our previous rate approval last year, knowing that we had a 2-year contract. I think that's what I'm a little confused on.
I'm happy to address that. The first year was covered in the first year rates, and then the second year needs to be covered now.
So, and I think, again, just for my colleagues, this is why I would be supportive, and hopefully I can get some more people on board to have a conversation about doing a 2-year process, so we're not having to incrementally approve those, and it's something that's rolled up into all of our conversations. If we're doing multi-year contracts, multi-year budgets, we should be also aligning our multi-year rates with that. So thank you.
Director Smith.
Yeah, so I support the motion, and I think one of the things we've talked about is rate smoothing. So some of us are thinking about, and I appreciate showing the 3 years, the 14% and then 16.4, and then it drops down to 5.7. So when you come back next month, if you could just discuss a little bit of the needs of the agency to have the first 2 years higher, and potentially spreading out that one-time grant funding instead of putting it to 1 year or another. I'd appreciate that. And then lastly, for this board, I just hope that we can all come together and have agreement on this issue. So this is very similar to what happened to us at Metropolitan, where you're in a negotiation of what the best rate is for the agency, and everybody doesn't get what they want. When people walk away, people say, oh, that's a good negotiation. And ultimately at Metropolitan, even though we didn't get what we wanted, Orange County didn't get what they wanted, LA didn't get what they wanted, we all still voted for it. And it's attributed to like threading the needle. And so I hope when we get back together next month, we can all agree on an approach forward.
We will be back next month. Director Fong Sakai.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I mean, the world of water has really changed a lot in the last 30 years, from having the drought, our multiple CIP projects to bring more water-resistant, drought-resistant supplies to us here. And we've done a lot to bring sustainable water to us. But part of the problem is that due to droughts, our demand has dropped. We're still paying for the investments. And all of us were using less water. So homes and businesses have made structural changes. I'd like to kind of see what we can do as an organization so that we can pivot for all the changes that are occurring. So I know we have a mid-month meeting scheduled next month. Would it be possible for this board to talk about what we're going through right now, the changes that we're going through, and talk about potential structural changes and operational changes so that we can move forward as we talk about our budget and our finances and our business plan? Is that something that we might be able to do next month?
So we currently have the short answer is yes. We have the water facilities master plan discussion. I would not want to shortchange that discussion because of all the work that has been put in by staff and your member agency staff. So what my suggestion would be is to add some time onto that meeting to allow both items to occur.
Director Fong Sakai, you'll have the commitment of the board officers to add that additional time so that we can have those considerations vetted there.
Okay, I would greatly appreciate that, and I would think that a lot of the board members here would appreciate that also. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more speakers, we will go ahead and call the question here. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
And we have the motion. Do we want to put the amended? It changed again.
Director Steiner, may I come collect your motion?
You want to repeat it?
No. I mean, what's the desire of this board? Do you want to see it in writing on the screen? Do you want it to be read again? Are you all clear and none of this is necessary?
I'm not even close to
All right, Director Steiner, will you please provide the motion to the clerk, and then we will get it on the screen.
I have to see it. I don't even know what we're voting on right now.
So are you?
All right, folks. So the motion on the floor is currently on the screen. That is what we are voting on. Or, sorry.
We have an amended motion on the screen with the addition of adopting a revenue requirement for MWD pass-through and notice of public hearing for July. Everything else is on the screen. I'm ready for a
As
vote.
part of the resolution.
Yes. As part of B. Okay, ready.
Right. All right. Here we go. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Director Acosta.
Yes.
Quirm.
Yes.
Kennedy.
No.
McMillan. Scolzetti.
No.
Secretary Hilliker. Director Yamani.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Quaylen.
Nope.
Heidemann.
Yes.
Hurst.
Nay.
Bays.
No.
For the record, Director Lyons left, and her proxy is Director Hogan. Director Abdullahi.
Yes.
Buckowitz.
Yes.
Fong Sakai.
Aye.
Macedo.
Yes.
Madaffer. Vice Chair Serrano.
Yes.
Director Steiner.
Yes.
Vespi.
Yes.
Whitburn.
No.
Hogan.
No.
Castaneda.
Yes.
Ellitharp.
No.
Arant.
With the exciting thought of having to chair this process one more time, and with the abiding understanding now that what governance issue at the Water Authority, I vote yes.
Director Miller.
No.
1 minute. The motion passes.
Thank you very much. Okay, on item 9.3, we are going to defer sub-item A. 9.3. On 9.3A. And we do, staff is requesting a vote on item B, which is approving the salary schedule. Does staff want to comment?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Director Madaffer, a second from Director Abdullahi. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call, or I have a hand from Director Kennedy.
Thank you. Can we get the calculations on the voting percentages on that last vote? Because it sounded like it was closer than normal.
I can provide those, yes.
Thank you.
You good? Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Acosta.
Yes.
Quirm.
Yes.
Kennedy.
Yes.
McMillan. Yes. Scolzetti.
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker. Yes. Director Yamani.
Yes.
Leahy.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Quaylen.
Yes.
Heidemann.
Yes.
Hurst.
Aye.
Bays.
Yes.
Abdullahi.
Yes.
Buckowitz.
Yes.
Fong Sakai. Macedo.
Yes.
Madaffer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Serrano.
Yes.
Director Steiner.
Yes.
Vespi.
Yes.
Whitburn.
Yes.
Hogan.
Yes.
Castaneda.
Yes.
Ellitharp.
Yes.
Arant. Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you all very much. We will move now into reports. General Manager's report.
Nothing to report.
Thank you very much. General Counsel.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. There is no SANDAG report. SANDAG Subcommittee's Border Committee.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Regional Planning.
Regional Planning met. They will discuss to address public safety and safety through the 2025 Regional Plan. And
Thank you very
that
much.
ended my report.
Great, thank you, Director Yamani. Any AB 1234 compliance reports? Seeing and hearing none. We have no closed session today. Item 12B has been deferred to the July board meeting. There being no further business before the body of the Board of Directors is now adjourned. Thank you all very much.